everybody, and I'm happy to be here with you today. This is Sunday, July 17th of 2022. It is our live stream with you. We always enjoy being able to have this opportunity to speak with you, our audience, about the so many things that are going on that are so important right now. And it's been a wild week, folks. I mean, earlier this week, we had our puppy. Many people know Khan. He was attacked by a dog yesterday. It was really harrowing, really upset us, threw us off for the entire weekend, made things really rough. Hello, and thank you for joining us. Dal is the first one to make a comment today. Good afternoon, Dal. I'm happy to see you and your family are with us today. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. Obviously, we want to talk about what happens with Joe Biden in the Middle East and how that is going to affect not just gas prices, but America in total, our national security. We're going to talk a little bit about that. Yes, Khan is okay. It was very scary, terrifying moment. He was very scared, but he is okay. So that's the good news. It was just a very troubling thing that happened yesterday. So we do want to talk about President Biden when he's overseas. We want to talk about some bills that have been passed here in the United States. I want to talk a little bit about autonomy, the autonomous zone that is being proposed for Washington, D.C. And I want to discuss the conversation I had with the individual who is pushing that legislation to turn at least parts of Washington, D.C. into a black autonomous zone, very similar to what we saw in Seattle. I want to discuss quite a few things. I want to hear everything that you guys have to say as well. But first, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we reach out across the world to hear your voice. Just like you're seeing Dow, you can comment as well on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, and reach us to tell us what you think is going on. In addition, you can also call into the program at 607-242-1582. Matter of fact, I'm going to make this up a little smaller, and you'll see that scrolling above. You can call in from anywhere in the world, and I will be happy to hear your conversation about whether you agree, disagree, or you want to talk about something totally different. As you can see, there it is above me, 607-242-1582. Hello, Jesse. It is good to see you. I'm glad that you're here with us today. So we're going to cover a lot of ground here today on a lot of issues I think are important, and you can always tell me what you think. One of the things I want to remind everyone, though, is something that was very troubling to me, and I think it's worth discussing. I'm on several live streams throughout the week, including the National Firearms Coalition. I also speak with Rory Sarter. And in one of the conversations, we were talking about, believe it or not, I don't know how many people have heard about this, that there is a TED Talk. There is an idea that is going on. This is from 2019. And this is what is being told to our students in colleges, that you will own nothing, that you have nothing. You'll be able to live the best life that anyone has ever lived by owning nothing. That includes the clothes on your back. Now, this was a TED Talk at Shankar College. But it's something that we've been seeing in many colleges across this nation, that people are saying, hey, they're telling our next generation, our kids in college and in high school, you shouldn't own anything. You shouldn't own property. You shouldn't own cars. You shouldn't own literally the clothes on your back. And in fact, while I was in that discussion, I found out something that I don't think a lot of people know about, a lot of people outside of the college elites, that there are renting clothing as we speak, that there are multiple companies right now, not just one. There are multiple companies, according to the February 11th article here, that there are multiple companies like Rent the Runway, like Newly. Let's see, there's also the Nova Octo. Did you guys know this? Is this a commonly known thing? Vince Unfold. There are multiple companies in the world. Oops, I forgot to put my picture there. That we're renting clothing now. This is what the next generation, and this is important to understand, that we are building a culture that doesn't believe in ownership. And if you don't believe in ownership, you have no connection to anything. If you don't own anything, if nothing is important enough to you to be your possession, if something isn't important enough to be critical to you, to be connected to you, then why do you care? See, I think that's an insidious and dangerous thing. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about and you think it's a great idea. But I think it's a terrible idea. Now, this is being pushed by the idea, well, if you don't own anything, you'll have less things, and therefore the environment will be better. This is an environmental issue, okay? And this is why we see the progressives are pushing this so strongly. It's because they believe that if you just rent things, well, then you'll have less things. Everyone will have less things, including housing, and therefore you're going to have less of an impact on the environment. I think if you don't own a house, you don't own a car, you don't own the clothes on your back, you're a transient. There's no difference between you and someone who is homeless. You don't have any connection, and that means that you don't have a connection to your neighbors. You don't have a connection to your city, your state, to your country. You value things less. And someone who values things less they have nothing. Dow mentions that he heard about it several years ago, but hadn't heard about much until the Liberty First Foundation Roundtable, which took place on Friday at 9 p.m., which I was a member of. Yeah. And I think this is important to keep in mind as we go through the rest of the conversations today. I think you're going to find that this is an intrinsic thought throughout the whole conversation about what's happening in the background of America right now. We are being told to value being Americans less. We are being told that it's not important to be an American, to have American values, to have the Constitution. That's not important anymore. And when that goes away, so goes freedom. That's what I truly believe. I truly believe that. You may think I'm wrong. We'll have that conversation. Now, moving along from that. So one of the things I thought was also of interest, I don't know how many people may have noticed this, but did you notice that the Brazilian president, his name is Jair Bolsonaro, he's now come up with the idea that he has the answer to the Russia-Ukraine war. And I think this is kind of interesting because I think this is really scary. He doesn't have the answer. He isn't trying to give an answer. He's using the conflict as a benefit. But I think that the real problem that's behind that is the fact that it means America's leadership doesn't exist, and it has been recognized around the world. It has gotten so bad that in Brazil, they think this is an opportunity for them to get brownie points with Russia, with the rest of the first world nations of the world, because Joe Biden can't get the job done. So everybody's throwing their hat into the ring saying, well, I have a solution. I want to be part of the negotiations. I mean, we've already seen that Israel, that France, Germany, Britain, and the United States have all been trying to negotiate with Russia and Ukraine. No one's got it right. No one's had an impact. And yet, what we're seeing is that this is turning out to be a free-for-all. And that only happens when you have no leadership. When there is a deficit of leadership, everyone tries to become the leader. Think about any election that you've ever seen. If there isn't an incumbent, everyone throws their hat into the ring to see if they could be the next whatever that race may be. They're going to all jump in, and you'll have 15, 16, 17 people all trying for the same position. It's no different on international politics. I think this is a very clear indication that the United States is recognized around the world as having no leadership, that we have failed, and that we have failed at such a huge degree, it's a free-for-all, which is part of the reason why we've seen violence increase globally, terrorism increase globally, and why we see such a uh, so much destabilization of peace in the world. Let me step back for a moment. I want to address one of the comments here. And I see that, whoops, starting a fire. I see Mike Bowie had mentioned, yes, if you own nothing, as is being suggested by not even owning clothing, you would be a ward of the state. Yes, the government would be in control. The government would have to take care of your needs because you own nothing. The government would have to provide everything because you're not connected to anything. I think you're right, Mike. And Dow mentions that I'd be blackballed for clothing rental. I'm too hard on clothing not to own my own. I don't know. They seem to be very happy with this idea. But I think it's, again, that's a byproduct of this ideology that says we own nothing. We're connected to nothing. We are unified by nothing. And that lack of leadership takes many different directions, like seeing what's going on with the war and seeing that Brazil is saying, hey, they've got the solution. And quite honestly, they don't have the solution. They don't need to have the solution. They just need people to think that they're important enough to be involved in the conversation. And that's scary. And when I say that, and I've said that there is no leadership in the world right now, I want to be clear why I think that. I'll give you an example of what we're talking about here. And we're going to talk about this more, but do you remember when Joe Biden went to the Middle East? His first stop was over at Israel. And he wanted to talk about Israel, and then he went to Saudi Arabia to speak there. And what does he say there? He says, we'll always honor the bravery and selfishness. I want to be clear on that. This is his direct quote. We'll always honor the bravery and selfishness, selflessness of and sacrifices of the Americans who served, including his son. Okay, he's talking about Americans. In fact, I'll read the full quote to make sure that I have it in context. This is Joe Biden speaking in Saudi Arabia to the Arabic leaders. For the first time since 9/11, an American president is visiting this region, the Middle East, without American troops being engaged in combat. That's not true. Americans are still in Iraq. There's still conflict going on. We do have troops that are in conflict in the Middle East. So that's not correct. So he says they're being engaged in combat in a combat mission in the region. They are. So he's wrong. He's lying. And that's just commonplace for Joe Biden. But let's keep going. What else does Joe Biden say about this? He goes on to say, we'll always honor the bravery and selfishness. Selfishness. Then he corrects himself, selflessness of the sacrifices of the Americans who served, including his son, who was stationed in Iraq. Okay, I don't care that his son's dead. I get it. We all know that. Who cares? I'm not being insensitive to his son. It's old news. He brings it up in every conversation he can. I understand you're sad to see your son die. That's not American policy. And why? He said American selfishness? That our troops are being selfish? That's what he has to say. And this follows up his previous blunder by saying that he wanted to honor the Holocaust when he was in Israel. There's a reason why Joe Biden doesn't go around the world talking about anything. No wonder no one wants him to speak. This man it's not just that he's making a gaffe, he's making America embarrassed. He's making us look terrible. And for the people, I guarantee you, in Iran, in nations that hate America, they're not showing the correction. They're showing the error. They are showing that America is, according to Joe Biden, is selfish, that America honors the Holocaust. This is what our enemies are putting out there. And he is saying these things repeatedly. So that when someone says, well, he didn't really mean that, well, then why does he keep saying these things? He said it over and over again. He might mean it. That's what they're going to say. And that's going to raise tensions around the world because we all know people read the headline, not the story. They go with the first version of the story, not the last version of the story. Yeah, they'll say this in Iran, they'll say this in Iraq, they'll say this in Afghanistan, they'll say this around the world in nations that hate the United States, and people will believe it. His Freudian slip, I don't think, how many times can he have a Freudian slip? How many times can he get it wrong? As he talks about reforming criminal justice, as he talks about supporting the progressive ideology that brings America into socialism and not capitalism, not the Constitution. I have a big problem with this. And this is a big deal. This is going to affect many things. Like I said, this is something that is being seen around the world. And they are going to take him at his word in many places because of what he's saying. God help us. The only thing that could have been worse was having Kamala Harris around the world making, God knows what she would have said. It would be even worse. Now, if you think I'm wrong, if you disagree, I'd be happy to hear your comments. If you think owning nothing is good, if you think a lack of American leadership is a value, if you think having a president stumble and bumble through conversations with world leaders is just commonplace, please tell me why. I'd love to hear that because I don't think that's the case. And I think it's setting up America to be disrespected, distrusted, and isolated from the rest of the world. Which means that because we are a service economy, we rely on the rest of the world and their impression of America to be able to have our goods manufactured overseas and sent to us at reasonable prices on a regular basis. But if countries see that we have no leadership, we have no possession, we have no investment in our own country, and we have a leader who's bumbling around and is incompetent, well, what reason do they have to make our goods in a timely manner with high quality sent to us on a regular basis? Do you see how these things are problems that complicate things? Taking it one step away from America, if that's the impression that the rest of the world is being told about America, why do they have any reason to help America, to provide us the essentials that we have that we no longer make, to provide them on a regular basis at a cost that is affordable? They have no reason to do that because they have no respect for us. That's the problem. That is the cumulative problem that is being created under the Biden-Harris administration. Now, you may think, Mike, that's just, you're reaching for straws. Well, let's see, because I don't think I am. And I'm showing you some of the examples of why I think this. But I want to go on because there's more. Think about it. If there was a lot of respect for America at this time, if countries were valuing our leadership and they respected our nation because people in America, the leadership in America, respected Americans, why would we have 2.5 million illegal aliens running through our border? I mean, again, unlawful crossings in the U.S.-Mexico border, another record for June. We're going through record after record. We're getting about 250,000 people per month entering the United States through our southern border. You know, the border that Kamala Harris has been designated to handle. That's the issue she's supposed to be spearheading. And her leadership is so vacant, so empty, so useless that we have had historic levels of people coming across our border. These are the people that we catch. 220,000 people. 220,000 illegal aliens in an all-time monthly high. Do you get that? This is This is terrifying. This is telling us we're showing the rest of the world that the vice president doesn't care. Kamala Harris does not care. She has no impact on the border. She has no impact with our regional allies. And every time she's opened her mouth, more illegal aliens have entered the United States than before she opens up her mouth. We have no policy to address this. In fact, every time we see that these people are coming, 17,000 Haitians decided that living under a bridge in America is more valuable, more important than living in Haiti or any other country in the world. And we let 12,000 of them in under the Biden-Harris administration. Why wouldn't you come? Everyone is being let in. And they're using our assets, our resources. We're taking doctors away from our veterans at the Veteran Affairs. We're taking doctors away from our veterans who have served our nation and have been injured, have paid huge prices for this. And we're sending them to the border to take care of illegal aliens. We don't have any obligation to these people. We don't have any need or right to take care of them above and before our own citizens and our own citizens who have sacrificed for our nation voluntarily. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think it's okay. Maybe you think it's more important to take care of illegal aliens, individuals who have broken our law, invaded our nation. Maybe you think it's more important to take care of them before taking care of our military that ensure that America is a free nation. I don't agree with that. Mike Bowie mentions that Biden is a scapegoat. They do all this damage behind closed doors, and Biden is the one who's getting blamed for it. I don't think so. I think Biden is involved in the process. Biden, as much as he has to read off of a teleprompter, as much as he has to be given a cue card to tell him where he needs to sit, who he needs to speak to, who he needs to call on, and what questions are going to be given to him, he's still involved. He's still the guy in the White House, the executive, sitting in the seat. I think he's more involved than people think he is. Now, is that all the time? Is he constantly aware of what he's doing? I don't know. I don't think so. Because the evidence shows us that every time he is speaking, when he's talking, he has no connection to the American people. So what he's talking about and what the rest of the world is talking about, two different things. Joe Biden thinks that 92% of Democrats would support him as he goes on if he wants to go for a 2024 election. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is setting up a line of people to challenge him and to run as president on the Democratic line in 2024. At the moment, there are 67% of Americans think he's doing a miserable job at every aspect of the government. He has Democrats defecting and saying they want to become, 1 million new Republicans that came from the Democratic Party? We have people who are vocally and visibly saying that they reject, they are upset that they voted for Joe Biden. They're publicly making these statements from his own party. So I don't know what world Joe Biden is in. He thinks things are going rosy and great. It's part of that separation that we see whenever we have politicians who have been in for decades, who have been there 20, 30, 40, 50 years in elected office. They have no connection to the public or the reality that's going on. Nancy Pelosi has got a freezer, just a whole refrigerator full of ice cream that is bought by her aides. She hasn't been to a store in forever. She has no understanding of the reality that when you and I go to the store, the price of milk and eggs and meat is up 35, maybe 40%, depending on where you live in this nation. That inflation isn't just 9.1%, the average, and according to the official numbers by the United States government, it's a hell of a lot higher than that. That's what we're seeing, but they're disconnected. They have no idea. Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they have no idea. They lived in walled communities. Yeah, walls are good for them, not for us, not for the national border. No, but it's good for them to separate them from people in the community. They have people, college interns, that go to the store for them. They go and get their laundry for them. They don't handle any of that. They're not walking around. When was the last time that you saw Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you name the politician, when was the last time you saw them walking around without having a photo op? When was the last time you saw them where they weren't pushing one of their ideas and just being around people? Because I can tell you, I don't see it. AOC gave up on being in the Bronx a long time ago. She doesn't live in the Bronx anymore. She lives in a $15,000 a month apartment that is secure. You can't get in there. It is guarded. It has armed security. She's got a $75,000 Tesla. You don't get that. Meanwhile, she's also not paying her student loans. She makes $175,000 plus a year, has a Tesla worth $75,000. She pays $15,000, roughly $15,000 a month for her apartment. And she won't pay her student loans. But you're a different story. You don't get to have all the perks that she gets. And she doesn't bother to go back to the Bronx, to her community, to find out what's going on. I know this because I'm from the Bronx. I have family, friends, people who are in the Bronx. They don't see her anymore. She's not connected. She's on the fast track to separate herself from the rest of the public. But we see this with every politician over and over again, which is why we have such weak leadership. They don't know what you want. They know what their party wants. They know what the Progressive Party line, the Democratic Socialists of America, they know what they think. They know what the Democrats think in the Democratic Party. They don't know what you think when you go to the store, and they don't care. Because if they did, they'd actually invest in American manufacturing so that we don't have to worry about 3 or 4 other countries making baby formula for American babies. We'd make it here instead. Because the answer to the baby formula, baby food shortage, well, that's making more baby food. You know what? Open up another factory or two. Get 2 or 3 different companies working on that. And guess what? We won't have the problem. And it will cost us less. Because what we're doing now is we're having it made overseas. And then it has to be brought over on a ship container. And for those people who are into the ecology, ship containers, they have more pollutants than all the cars in the United States in an entire year per ship. And so we're going to have this baby food and all the other rest of the food that we need. That's coming over on these ship containers, polluting the world according to these eco-fanatics. And we got to pay more for that. We got to have it paid for in the taxes from another country, plus shipping. You could have it made in Texas. You could have it made in Kansas. Hell, you could have it made in upstate New York, and it would cost less. Why don't we do that? Because Obama said that we're a service economy now. Really? That's the reason why? The same guy who says that America could never have more than 1% growth per year? Really? The guy who had no clue about the economy told us that we were in the summer of recovery as jobs, unemployment failed. And now we have Joe Biden following that same ideology, that same economic policy, and we're seeing America go into stagflation, possibly a depression, depending on which economic, world famous, world recognized economic analyst you want to look at. America is somewhere between stagflation and depression, taking the rest of the world down with us. And that's before we hit the food crisis, that we know there's a food shortage, that we don't have a plan for. Please, in the audience, if anyone knows of any politician, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Conservative, that has a plan for the food shortage, we know will start in October. We know that there will be 40% less food, less crops that will be collected going in the fall. That's already been announced. It's been announced by the White House and many other economists. They just said it back in May. So we know this is going to happen. What's the plan? What is the United States going to do to help fill the shelves and make sure that Americans have the food they need? Not just baby food, the rest of the food. And if you're going to tell me that they're going to get it from overseas, it is a global food shortage. Not only is there Sri Lanka, not only is there Eritrea, there is now Panama is yet another nation that is going through a food crisis right now. There's already a global food shortage according to the UN now. And we know it's going to get worse in October. So saying that we're a service economy and we'll just get it from overseas isn't an answer. Overseas doesn't have the food either. We're not getting it from them, and we don't have it for us. Where's the food coming from? What's the plan? I'm not even asking for a good plan. I don't think anyone is asking for the perfect plan. I think we're all asking for a plan, even a bad plan, which I am sure that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democratic control of Congress and the Senate, I'm sure they can come up with a bad plan, because so far in the last 18 months, that's all they have come up with are bad plans. That's not just me postulating here. I'm not just extrapolating. The fact is, look at every policy they've put forth in the last 18 months, and they've all had negative impacts on the American people. They have done nothing but make bad plans. So why can't they come up with a bad plan for the food shortage? Let me ask you, do you think I'm asking for too much to have a plan for the food shortage? Do you think that that's too much to ask for? And I'm going to ask that question here, and I'm going to put it in writing. Hang on. You know, let's think about it, folks. Is it too much to ask for even a bad plan for the upcoming food shortage? Really? And I see Dow, we do have a couple of comments here. So, Jesse mentions that he thinks that this might be Hillary's chance to win. Yeah, because they're talking about Hillary again for some reason. I just can't imagine. Why would Hillary even run? I don't know. Hot Chicks mentions that she never goes to the store, just to the gas station. Okay. But even there. And Dow mentions that meanwhile, China, the UK, Western Europe, and Bill Gates are snapping up farmland and food processing facilities to secure food suppliers for their own countries. Yes, they are. We have them. They're being bought in, I think it was Ohio. Just recently had a Chinese company come in to buy up the farms. We're seeing Bill Gates, one of the biggest farmland buyers in the country. Yeah, people are buying it up. Yet you aren't being told what to do. You aren't being given an option. I don't think it's too much to say that we need to start focusing on America and preparing America. I know on this channel, we've been doing that since January of 2022. We have been saying consistently week after week on this program, start buying extra. Buy 10% extra. Don't panic. Buy extra 10% every time you go out to the store. Get more grains, more canned foods, things that will last long, stuff you can put in your freezers. We've been saying that since January. If you've been listening to us, you have been saving money and you have extra food right now. And whether or not, let's say the food shortage isn't that bad, from some miracle, it isn't as bad as everyone in the world is telling us, then you're going to have extra food. You can give it to the homeless. You can give it to veterans. You can just save it for your family. Meanwhile, you've also saved money because between January and today, inflation has increased, 9%? We're trying to help you folks. We're trying to do our part to help you out. And unlike the Biden administration, unlike Nancy Pelosi, unlike Chuck Schumer, unlike the leadership of Democrats in the House and in the Senate, and in particular in my state, New York, I've actually given you a plan. You can tell me it's a bad plan. You can tell me it's not that it wasn't good enough, that it didn't work. You can say a lot of things about me suggesting you buy 10% extra at every time you go to the store. But guess what? I'm the only person who's out here talking about giving you a plan. I'm not even elected. I'm not an elected official. And I'm giving you a plan. You can tell me it's a bad plan, but it's better than zero. I mean, that's what I think. Am I wrong? Is it better to have what Biden is offering? Well, what is Biden offering? Nothing. What's Nancy Pelosi offering? Nothing. In fact, what are the Republicans offering? Nothing. Mike Bowie says the food shortage is the plan. It leads to global depopulation. Well, we've been hearing about global famine since the 1950s, according to climate change. Climatologists said in the late, I think it was 1958, that they said that, well, the world was going to, world population would drop because there would be a global famine because of the weather. Never happened. They expected that to happen by the 1980s. Never happened. Like everything with climate change, not one prediction has ever come true. Ever. And I dare AOC or one of the other Green New Deal people, if they would like to refute this, let's have this discussion, because everything they have offered as a proposal, as a theory, every bit of evidence has always been wrong. Since the 1950s, they have never got it right. Meanwhile, we're spending billions, tens of billions of dollars, potentially trillions of dollars, destroying our world because they think they know what they're talking about. And the only thing that's leading to a global food shortage was the fact that we shut down the world, and then we have a war where all of our where 40% of the fertilizer in the world happens to be. Which now tells you why. Why did Russia invade? Because remember, we were told by Joe Biden, there's no reason in the world why Russia would invade the Ukraine. There's no good reason. How about 40% of the world's fertilizer? How about 40% of the world's wheat? The fact that you can throw the rest of the world into a global food shortage, and that therefore every nation is going to be facing potentially food riots. That might be a reason why Putin did it. I'm not telling you it's a good thing. I'm telling you that there is more going on. And it just takes you got to think beyond the headline. No, there's no good reason for them to do that. They control the fertilizer in the world. They control most of the wheat in the world. That's why nations are starving right now, and it will only get worse. Yeah, they had a reason, and we can see it. And you can see the inflation that's going along with it. Maybe you think I'm wrong. It's okay if you think I'm wrong. If you disagree, you can call into 607-242-1582. The phone line is on. It is connected. And I'm more than happy to hear someone say, Mike, I don't think you got it right. I don't think that's what's happening here. I don't think that the weak leadership of the Biden-Harris administration of Democrats, the progressives, that's not what's causing this. Fantastic. Tell me why. Tell me what is, if I'm wrong, what is the correct answer? What is the correct idea? If you think the food shortage is not going to affect you just because we're in the United States, where it still affects us, we still don't have enough of fertilizer. We won't be as bad as Sri Lanka. We're not going to be as bad as Eritrea. We're not going to be as bad as Panama, but it's going to be bad. It's going to be worse than we've ever run through. Anyone outside of the Great Depression has never experienced a time that America is about to go into. That's a fact. We have never, since the Great Depression, we have never had a time where the United States is facing a food shortage and increasing stagflation. We've never had that before. Not since the Great Depression. No one alive today that is in leadership today knows how to deal with this. No one. None of these people have ever been through this before, so they don't have the experience. And then you add on top of that, they also don't have a plan. So neither their wisdom nor their planning, their outlook, their thoughts are centered on this. And that's because they're not connected to you. And they don't care. That's a bit harsh, but I think it's true. You may disagree. I'm perfectly happy to hear what you have to say. In both the comments, as you can see on the screen, and also calling into 607-242-1582. Because we believe in being honest with you on this program. We believe in telling you what we think. We believe in showing you the evidence and let you come to your own conclusion. Because as an American citizen, you're a smart person. You know what you need to do for your life. You do plan ahead. You do understand more than just the headline. At least that's what we think about our audience. Maybe not the audience at CNBC. Maybe not the audience at CNN. But our audience, yeah, that's what we think about them. We think you're smart. Dow mentioned that the 1980s wasn't it acid rain from man-made pollution that was going to devastate the food supply? Yes. Yes, it was. That's also about the same time that they thought the world was going to be freezing, and they had us afraid of nuclear winter and global winter and a global freeze. So they've got it wrong. They have never got it right. Not once. Not me saying that. Look at every prediction they've made. They've never come true. It's a fact. It's indisputable. Because that's the truth. They just don't like to admit it very much. And when I say that we have a disconnect between our politicians and the public, I want you to understand, I'm talking about people like what we see here with Stacey Abrams, who's running for governor in Georgia. You know, Georgia, where black people don't have the ability to vote, except they showed up in record numbers to vote. That the black people would be suppressed from voting and showed up in record numbers to vote. Stacey Abrams, yeah, that Georgia. And so Stacey Abrams, who thinks that she's still governor because she never admitted defeat, Stacey Abrams says that she has never supported defunding the police. She says, I want to be clear, she says she has never supported efforts to defund the police. That's an interesting statement. And again, this is the headline they want you to believe. Abrams hits back at Kemp over defund the police claim with a new ad touting law enforcement. Democrats aren't in favor of more law enforcement. They don't want police. We've seen that. This is a complete disconnect from what they're saying from what they're doing. And even with Stacey Abrams, and for this, I am going directly to a fact check. I'm going to factcheck.org. Matter of fact, this is factcheck.org. Stacey Abrams on violent crime, defunding the police from June 29th of 2022. Okay? So they're checking, did Stacey Abrams say in defunding the police Did she say that she believes in defunding police? And their quote is, "We have to reallocate resources." So yes, she's saying yes to defunding the police. Well, what is the full statement? Well, the full thing that she said, and I think it's important, is right here. This is the full comment. And she says, "But we also have to reallocate resources to invest in our community." Every time the Democrats have run away from the idea of the words defund the police. See, they did studies on it. They know that polling says defund the police is a bad idea. People don't want that. Even in black communities, 72% of all black people in America that have been polled say they want the same or more police in their community. Nobody wants to defund the police, and everywhere that has defunded the police, all 22 major cities in the United States that did that have had crime skyrocket. That isn't a question. That isn't a supposition. That is a fact. It is, we have the evidence. The experiment failed. So instead of saying defunding the police in late 2022 and early and throughout all of 2021, Democrats have said they want to reallocate the budgets. They want to change the funding. They want to reimagine the funding of police departments. Or as Stacey Abrams says, she wants to reallocate resources to invest in the community. She wants social workers, not police officers. They're going to be hired by the police department, but they're social workers. She wants community policing. That's not police officers. That's not law enforcement. See, she's wording this very carefully because she's been a politician for a while. She knows how to lie to the public. She knows how to put a headline out there that doesn't say what she thinks it says. That's what or rather, what the public thinks it says. And she says, so we have to reallocate resources to invest in community. We have to improve education, which has nothing to do with crime itself. That's preventing crime, not crime itself. We have to improve healthcare. Healthcare has nothing to do with crime. We have to improve community programs that actually widen the likelihood of communities of color. So she only cares about black people. If you're white, Hispanic, Asian, she doesn't care. She's talking about black people here, particularly black communities. Again, she's speaking about black people, only black people. Everyone else doesn't care. If you're white and you're getting mugged, Stacey Abrams doesn't care. Her police will let that happen. Surviving and thriving. Really? We have to improve community programs, community policing, community social workers. That's not law enforcement. That doesn't stop crime. It has never stopped crime. Ever. Anywhere in the United States, anywhere in the world that I'm aware of, it doesn't work. She goes on to say, and the notion that we have to put these two conversations in conflict is false. No, they are two separate conversations. The question is, do you want the same or more police officers in your community, or which means it's separate, or do you want to have social workers? Which one will solve the crime in your community? Which one will stop muggers? Which one will stop carjackers? Which one's going to stop drug dealers? Which one's going to stop gangs and gang fighting, shootouts in the middle of our streets? Which one is going to stop those crimes? A social worker or a police officer? Because unlike Stacey Abrams, I understand it is an either or. You get police officers or you get social workers, because we're not getting both. And in fact, we shouldn't. Am I wrong? So when Stacey Abrams says she has never, ever supported defunding the police, she is a liar. She is lying to you. And it is her lack of leadership to have the balls to stand up and say, yes, I support, or Stacey Abrams saying that she supports defunding the police, that she wants community policing. She wants social workers, not police officers. And that's how she's going to reallocate the funds. That's the honest answer. And I wish she would be honest. I have more respect for Stacey Abrams and for Cori Bush, for all of the progressives out there, if they would just be honest and say, yeah, I want to defund the police. I want to hire social workers. Okay, I don't agree with you, but at least you're honest. At least I know what I'm dealing with. No. They're going to do this wheeling and dealing. I never said that. I wouldn't say that. I just want to reallocate the funding. I just want to change who we're paying. I want to change who we're going to hire. I'm going to take the priority off of hiring police officers, and I'm going to try and hire social workers instead for the same job, for the same money. But it's not like I don't support police officers. I just going to have less of them. I mean, does that make sense? Am I missing the subject here? Is it not making sense to you? Jesse says it's called but a gun if this affects you. Oh, buy a gun. Oh, yeah. Jesse says it's called buy a gun if this affects you. You can't buy guns. I will get to HR 1808 very soon. You can't buy a gun. So, hang on a second. So that's what they're saying now. You can't buy the gun. You can't defend yourself. In New York State, you can't even buy a bulletproof vest. You can't passively defend yourself and your family by wearing a bulletproof vest to protect yourself. That is now a crime in New York State. And I do own a bulletproof vest because I don't trust the far left. I don't trust the progressive leaders of tomorrow who have threatened my life, members of Citizen Action who have threatened my life, individuals in the progressive far left. I don't trust them. I have a bulletproof vest. Not because I'm afraid of crime. I'm afraid of the progressives because they've threatened me. That's wrong. And I know that they've attacked other people who happen to be conservative. And I know that they scream and shout and hurl. Well, hell, you've seen videos of them trying to mob me. So yeah, I want to wear bulletproof vests. But according to New York State, that's illegal because somehow wearing bulletproof vest on myself, protecting myself passively, is somehow dangerous to the rest of New York State. Somehow. I don't know how that happens. Doesn't make sense. It's stupid. But that's what they call leadership. Their leadership is, we're going to put out a law that says guns are bad, not because criminals follow the law, and they're going to say, and you can't passively protect yourself. You can't own a bulletproof vest. That's their answer to this. It's terrifying, folks. This is terrifying stuff because you don't need to own anything. You don't need protection. It gets even worse. It gets even worse. Now, on this program, you've seen us talk about the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We've talked about it several times on this program. It is horrendous. It will do zero to protect you. It will not protect a single person in America and isn't even trying to. It's going to spend $1.4 trillion. That's your money. That's your taxes. That's inflation. $1.4 trillion to be able to create a list in every single state. They're going to pass a red flag law in every single state because they can't pass one in Congress because people don't want it. But they're going to pass this and they're going to make the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is paying a state to create a red flag law. And then they will pay the state even more money to put people on a list to have red flag actions so that they can then go out and take away your Second Amendment rights. Imagine that they're going to spend $50,000 per person that has been put on a red flag list. In New York State, that's over $500,000 currently. It's well over $500,000. There are 1,409 people who have had red flag actions as of February in New York State. New York State would be paid every year an extra $500,000 currently, and they can grow the number, and they'll get more money to be able to put people to say, you don't have a right to the Second Amendment. You don't get to own a gun. You don't get your property, and we're going to unperson you. You can't go to schools. You can't have your kids in your home. That's what red flags mean. And they're using your money to do this. They are paying your state to go to your house to take your kids, your property, and your rights. That is a fact. It is not in dispute. It is not a guess. Every single lawyer, every single politician, I have asked this on the record over and over for 3 years, agree. That is what a red flag will do. Not what they want it to do, what it will do. And now we're going to pay states to do that to you. Do you think that's going to be abused? In New York State, corrupt as it is, do you think that will be abused? Do you think other states will abuse that for the money? Because I think the answer to that is yes. So H.R. 8374 is an answer to this abuse. Lauren Boebert put out the bill and said, I want to repeal this, to get rid of this, to stop the government paying to put people on a list, to stop the government from paying to take away your rights, to take away your freedom, to take away your kids and your property, because that is what red flags do. So instead of paying the government to take away your rights, Lauren Boebert says, no, that's not good. We can't do that. Stop right now. Stop right now. And only 29 members of the House so far is supporting this. 29 people. Elise Stefanik is one of them. She's probably one of the names that most people would know. But so does Louis Gohmert. He's on the list as well. Another name that you might know is Chip Roy out of Texas. Thomas Massie, who's known for being pretty much an independent, pretty much a libertarian. He also supports this. Paul Gosar, who you've probably heard of, he also supports this. So there are people that you've heard of, the general public has heard of, that support this because they support freedom. In particular, Thomas Massie is he's all but a libertarian. And Thomas Massie believes this is a good idea. That should tell you that this has some legs, that this is the right way to go. Thomas Massie is about as independent as everyone can get. And I don't mean independent like Bernie Sanders wants to be a communist. Not that kind of independent. No, I'm talking about a libertarian type of independent. And Thomas Massie's out there saying, hey, this is the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is a bad idea. It's going to hurt more people than it could ever possibly help, and it helps 0 people. This is something that's going to make America more corrupt, not less corrupt. And if he's saying that, I think everyone should say that. We should support this idea. Again, that is Bill H.R. 8374, the repeal Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And I strongly suggest people support this. The link, like all links, will be in the description at the end of the show so that you'll be able to read it for yourself and to follow that and to support that, I hope, because I think it's good legislation. So, that being said, let's go on. So we're covering a lot of ground here today, and there's still a lot more to come up. I mean, we still have Excuse me. We still have HR 1808 and Biden in Saudi Arabia. Come on, 1 second. Can't type fast. So, I'm sorry your internet's messing up, Dal. We've been talking about a bunch. So, let me continue with another idea. And I think this is important. Have you heard about the new Republican, the first Mexican, the Mexican Republican that got elected in Texas? In Uvalde, Texas? You know, Myra Flores. Have you been following Myra Flores? Because I know the Democrats aren't. They're trying to demonize her. They think she's evil because she's a woman, she's a person of color, and she's not a Democrat. So that equals the devil. So Myra Flores, like myself, people of color that are not part of the Democratic Party, they are instantly devils. You're just evil because Democrats, you got to be a Democrat. You don't have a choice. If you're a person of color, if you're a woman, the progressives think you must be one of them. You don't have a choice. It's insanity, and you can only be possessed by the devil to not be a Democrat or a Republican. That's what they think. So Myra Flores, they think she's a devil. And you know why? Because she voted against the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Because as someone who is up until a month ago was just a regular person walking around, a regular citizen like you and me, she could see the reality. The reality that this would not, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act would not help stop Uvalde, the Uvalde shooting, or the Buffalo shooting in New York, or the New York City subway shooting that happened in New York, or the Waukesha driving massacre where a guy ran over a parade full of people because he was a racist. Yeah. Or the Islamberg plot to bomb Islamberg. Yeah. None of that would have been stopped by the Bipartisan Communities Act. In fact, there is no evidence, and Democrats cannot give you an example of even one incident, one situation where this would protect you. And Myra Flores, the newest member of Congress, was able to see that already. And Democrats are upset. They're pissed off. How dare she be a woman, be a Mexican, and not vote for them and vote with them? They're so pissed at her. In fact, they're so pissed off that I've heard rumors. And I've heard rumors from individuals saying that Myra Flores is voting against the Republican Party, that she's voting in favor of segregation. I have yet to see it. I have no evidence of that. But I want you to be aware, folks, there are lots of rumors that are going around right now. See, Democrats are smart. They're going to flip-flop on the issues, kind of like Stacey Abrams, as I showed you. They're going to reword things. Oh, that's not defunding the police. It's just reallocating the money. It's just shifting our priorities on who we hire. We're just going to re-educate our police forces. Yeah, they're going to reword things because they like to change the definitions of things like vaccine. You know, they like to change the meanings to fit their political objectives. And they do that a lot. And so when they're redefining things, they're redefining people, including Myra Flores. She's no longer a human being. She's no longer a woman of color. No, she's just the devil. And I want you to keep that in mind as you hear these rumors about them. Mike Bowie mentions that red flag laws violate the Fifth Amendment. It violates a hell of a lot more than that. Red flag laws, as I have written about since 2018, in depth, violate a host. First, the second, the 4th, the 10th, the 9th and 10th amendments, the 14th Amendment. They have a whole list of things that they violate and destroy families. They destroy families. That's a fact. Dow mentions that there's a big win. He mentions that Myra Flores was a Trump endorsement. Not that it invalidates anything. It makes her more of a target by the leftist propaganda because they love word games. Betcha they're aghast at Mad Libs. They love to reword everything. Nothing means anything until after they have said it a different way 3 different times. It's always amazing. By the way, I had mentioned previously on the show, I mentioned there's a food crisis right now, that people are starving around the world right now. I want to prove that. I didn't just make that up. I'm not just guessing. The problem isn't just in the imagination. This isn't hyperbole. It isn't hyperbole. It's not taking it out of context. Here's the news. This comes from Newsmax, but here's the news about this.
Protest high price inflation and government corruption. On Wednesday night, riots were reported in the Torrijos Carter sector of San Miguelito, despite this announcement from the country's leader to lower the cost of fuel.
Panama's President Laurentino Cortizo said, quote, "I want to announce that I've extended the measure to freeze the cost of fuel at $3.95 for private vehicles at the national level starting July 15th.
The president also announced that he's freezing the cost of 10 food products, but that didn't stop a large group from making their voices heard on Wednesday night near Pacora. Meanwhile, dozens of vandals were arrested in the country's capital, Panama City, near and on the grounds of the National Assembly.
Okay, so did you hear it? They are freezing the prices of food. Food has risen so much. The cost of food is beyond what the average person can have. That's why they're having a food riot. The cost of energy is also increasing globally, and that's causing inflation. Again, rising the cost of food and everything else. And who else in the news media is telling you this? Did you hear about that? Did you hear about Eritrea? Did you hear about Sri Lanka? Did you hear about Panama in the, CNN, in the Washington Post? Are they telling you that you need to be ready for this food riot, that you have to be ready for the cost of food going up, up, up? Have they told you that yet? Because I haven't seen it. And again, I am asking people, you can call in 607-242-1582. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. Tell me that you think, show me the evidence. Please tell me that there is someone with a plan out there. Besides this program, tell me there's someone who is giving the public a choice, an option, a plan, good or bad. Because I don't see it. Jesse asks, why is this happening? Yes, it's weak leadership. Because it's bad planning. Because the guys in charge right now, the guys and gals, when you look at Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, you look at Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, when you're looking at Jerry Nadler, AOC, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, they can't think past 2 days. They can't get past the next headline. They aren't considering, well, what happens next? What is the next logical consequence? What is the plan? Joe Biden has come out since December of 2021 saying he knew exactly what Putin was going to do, and he had no plan to deal with it. None whatsoever. Putin didn't do anything until February. He had December, January, and most of February, actually into March, to actually make a plan, to actually do something, to tell the world what we could do to counteract what Russia was doing. Russia had already thought ahead. Russia knew that there would be a food crisis. They already knew there would be an energy crisis. They already knew there was going to be sanctions. Russia, the ruble, is worth more today than before the sanctions that came from Joe Biden and the world. He's making money. He's in a better economic position than he was at the start of this. He had a plan. What's Joe Biden got? What's France, the United Kingdom, Germany? What's their plan? Germany. You know what's Germany's plan? They're turning on the coal plants. It's not green energy, coal. That's what they're doing. They're going back to coal, and they're begging the United States to send them coal so that then they could have the energy to make it through the winter, because green energy isn't going to do it. And they're not getting gas from Russia. So they need energy, because it's not as easy as just plug in the electric car, just plug in the electric bike. The electricity comes from somewhere. And guess what? If it's not coming from gas, if it's not coming from coal, if it's not coming from oil, then it better come from nuclear, because it definitely isn't coming from solar and wind. That ain't happening. You can tell me you want it to do that. You want solar and wind to work. You can tell me that. It doesn't. It's nice to think about, not real. Doesn't work anywhere in the world. Does not work. Not effective. That is a fact. Don't believe me? Ask Michael Moore. Planet of the Humans. Ask Michael Moore, who put out a documentary about green energy. It does not work. That's the left. That's Michael Moore, a super leftist. This guy is a straight up communist. And he will tell you green energy doesn't work. I know. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, with her big booty, wants you to believe that, yeah, it's going to work. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doesn't know anything. She's an idiot. You may disagree with me on that. Tell me how I'm wrong. Please explain to me how I am wrong. Because she has been shown over and over again not to understand economics, inflation. She doesn't understand energy. Have you read the Green New Deal? That we're going to build a railroad that goes from New York to Hawaii. You know, over the Pacific Ocean. We're going to put a train. This is like in the movie Snowpiercer. This is something straight out of Hollywood. That we're going to build a train that goes over the Pacific Ocean to get to Hawaii. Really? And we're going to do that in 10 years. Really? Yes, she's an idiot. So Jesse asks, would Russia have invaded the Ukraine if Trump was in office? No. Pretty straightforward. No. He had the opportunity. In 2014, under the Obama administration, Obama was weak, globally recognized as a weak leader, and so Putin took that opportunity and invaded in Russia. He invaded Armenia and in the Ukraine. That was under the Obama-Biden administration. Putin was prepared, and he could, at any time under the Trump administration, he could have gone in. If Trump was as bad a leader as Democrats want you to believe, as if he was as bad as CNN, and we know how credible CNN is, if he was as bad as they had said, if he was in such collusion with them, they could have invaded any time under the Trump administration. In fact, if Russia collusion was, as Rachel Maddow says, if it was as real as Rachel Maddow had believed, as real as Adam Schiff tried to make us believe for 3 years under 4 investigations that cost $30 million, if he was so connected and so bought, of course Russia would have invaded under the Trump administration. And they didn't, because none of that was true. And because the world gets safe and secure when America has a strong leader. Every time there is a strong American leader, the world gets more stable. Peace gets a little bit bigger. Every time. And every time we have a weak leader, well, look at the Obama administration, look at the Biden administration. Here's your answer. Does anyone question, Jesse also says, does anyone question the fact that Biden is destroying our country with this war? Well, it's not just this war. He's destroying this country with his policies and the lack of policies. We don't have an international policy. We don't. I dare, please, someone point out, if there's any progressive watching this program, and I know they do, please tell me, What's the international policy of the Biden-Harris administration? What's the domestic policy of the Biden-Harris administration? What's their border policy? He's destroying America because he doesn't have any policy. So it's not just the war that he doesn't have any guidance on or any control or any leadership about. It's that he has no policy. And, there are those who believe that Joe Biden is funding the Ukraine because of his connections to the Ukraine through his son, Hunter, who is part of Burisma. Maybe. It's hard to say. So these are big questions, but let me go on. I want to go on. Do you know, when I say that politicians are not connected to the public, I should be more specific, because there's more progressives and the left. They're not connected to reality. They're not connected to the public. Don't believe me? Here we go. Pew Research, July 13th. U.S. journalists differ from the public in their views of both sidism in journalism. So let's be very clear. A little more than half, I'll say it again, a little more than half of the journalists, 55%, say that every side does not always deserve equal coverage. They are saying 55% of the people at Newsweek, at New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, I think it's more than that in CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS, they don't think they have to tell you a balanced story. They can be partisan. They can be political. They can be biased. They don't have to give you evidence of what they're talking about or disprove the argument from the other side. They can be partisan and pump propaganda into your brains through their headlines and their stories. That's okay. 55%. When I say that we have a government and a nation that is disconnected, where we have leadership disconnected, I'm talking about the people in our news media as well as our leaders. We see the leaders have no leadership. They don't understand what it is to go to the store and buy eggs that cost $5 a carton. They don't know what it is to buy meat at 40% more than what it would cost in January. They don't get that. They don't have that problem. But guess what? The news media doesn't want to tell you that because they have a bias. 55% of them only want to tell you their bias. They don't want to tell you the truth. They don't want to be honest. They don't want to even challenge the people that they think are heroes that they want to push. They have a political agenda and they want to make sure that's all you hear. That's what they're saying. And YouTube, for their part, they are increasing. They are trying to push the authoritative. That means the mainstream view. They're pushing the CNN. They're pushing the NBC. They're pushing Colbert Report so that you only hear that from people who only believe in telling you their bias, the people who believe in giving you propaganda. That's what YouTube is pushing. That's what social media is pushing. Do you have any idea why? Why is it that America doesn't trust our news media? We don't trust our politicians. We don't trust our news media. You might wonder why. Because they're trying to push propaganda on you, and everyone can see it. Everyone is aware of it. Everyone knows that they are lying to your face when Joe Biden says, hey, the economy is actually great. You just don't understand that. And the news media goes, okay. They don't push back on that. They don't question it. They don't go, no, I've been to the store. 15% of the shelves are empty. And by the way, the prices are up 40%. You're full of crap. That's not true. No, they don't say that. They say, okay, Joe Biden says things are good, so they must be good. You're just dumb. You're just the public. You're too dumb to understand that you're paying more. You're paying $6 a gallon for gas. You're just dumb. You don't realize that's a good thing. That's good. that you can't afford. You're going to spend $100, $120 a gallon to fill up your car. To fill up the car with gas. Forget about the trucks. Just your car. It's going to cost you $120 to fill up your gas tank, but that's not going to affect how you pay your bills. That's not going to affect how you're going to feed your family. It's not going to affect how you get to and from work. That's not important. You just don't understand. And you know what? If you don't want to have to do that, well, Colbert told you the answer. Just buy an electric car. It only costs $60,000. Don't you have $60,000? Go out and buy an electric car. Plug it in. By the way, to make the electricity, we need oil, gas, and coal, which we don't have. And even if we did, you would have blackouts because the electric grid can't handle it, and we can't make enough electricity, even if you had the electric car. But we're not supposed to think about that. Don't think about that. The journalists won't put that last thing I just said, that paragraph. They will not put that into writing. They will not tell the general public the information. The information is there, here, here, and here. You have to go through article after article. You have to find it. You have to look up the information yourself, which I think is a good thing. But they don't want to tell you because they believe in global warming. Don't know why, but they believe it. They think you can build a train to go from New York to Hawaii across the Pacific Ocean. I don't know why, but they do. They think that you can put a solar panel on every single building in America in the next 5 years. I don't know why, but they do. And they want you to think that too. It's stupid, but that's what they want you to think. Because this doesn't make any sense. And again, if you think I'm wrong, show me the evidence. I'm showing you the evidence I have. That there is an absolute bias. And that bias comes from our colleges. Okay? And I'll show you what I mean. Binghamton University. This is an article that they just put out. More than 42,000 undergraduates applied to Binghamton University, breaking a record. This is why I have been banned by Binghamton University on Facebook. Okay? This is the article. According to the university, it received more than 42,000 applications for acceptance for the class of 2026. The university said that's a 5% more than the number of applications it received last year. That doesn't mean they have more students. That means they have more applications. My question when I asked it on Facebook was, how many students do you have? Because it sounds like last year you had less students than in 2019. That the population of students is down, not up. They said, no, we have more applications. I didn't ask about applications. I'm asking how many students are enrolled. And the answer they said is, well, applications are up. Yes, but enrollment is down. This is why I got banned by Binghamton University. They threatened me and removed me. Okay. The spokesman for the Binghamton University, Ryan Yarosh, who I spoke to, I have spoken to him before, who likes to not give answers. Ryan Yarosh is the same individual who could not answer why during the riot at Binghamton University, during the Dr. Laffer event, why police were sent away. Police were on the way from Endicott into Binghamton University from Vessel into Binghamton University to protect students, and someone at Binghamton University sent them away. Ryan has never answered the question of who. So I have a lot of faith in what Ryan has to say. Ryan said, BU saw an increase in out-of-state and international applications, which are 10% and 20% up, respectively, over the last year. This includes nearly equal to applications before. Nearly. So applications are down versus 2019. They're nearly equal, which means they are less than. But the Binghamton University wanted to shut me down for saying your numbers are down. You're making a big deal about the numbers being down. You haven't hit the 2019 or 2020 levels. He also noted that student deposits are up around 100% compared to 2021. Great. Compared to 2021, which is down from 2019 and 2020. They are still at a loss. They have lost students. Now, this is important for the economy in the Binghamton Southern Tier for New York State. This is revenue that all of these groups make. This is affecting the taxes of everyone in New York State. This is affecting the taxes of everyone in the Southern Tier of New York. This is a big deal. This is affecting businesses throughout all of the Southern Tier. This is a big deal. Are these students doing this because of online lessons? Binghamton University won't answer because Binghamton University is being sued. Binghamton University is under a lawsuit right now by the Department of Education. There is a lawsuit. So there's an investigation from the Department of Education, which we covered when it was filed. The only news media that actually published this. And we know for a fact that the lawsuit, because of the Dr. Laffer incident that Ryan Yarosh will not speak about, that same riot is why they are being sued civilly. And I know that is continuing. And Binghamton University does not want to tell anyone about it. And when I brought it up, they wanted to silence me. This is a college, an institution of learning on Facebook. And their answer to the public was, if you talk about things they don't like, they will silence you. Gee, are you surprised that if their answer to the public is, we want to shut you up, why are we not surprised that they do the same thing with the news media that come from those colleges? Oh, so according to the Epoch Times, there's just been a release of investigations on Hunter Biden, which may lead to charges. So I'm going to get to that. Dow, I want to go back to some of the comments here. Dow mentions that in the late 1990s, $100 of food at Walmart, 15 plus big, mid-size, and small items. 2022, $100 at Walmart is 5 items, 5 mid-size items. Yeah. Yeah, you used to be able to, I mean, just think about the meat. Think of how much meat you used to be able to buy just 3 years ago. 3 years ago, going to Walmart, you could get more than you get now. It's crazy. But I want you to understand that we have colleges that are lying to the public and their students, and that is transferring into when these students graduate and they go into jobs, in particular the news media, entertainment, but all the jobs. They're living these lies. They are pushing these lies because they think this is the truth. That is what they are doing. They are brainwashing. They are indoctrinating children and our students with a lie. And every time someone's trying to expose that lie on social media, they come out and they go, oh my God, we've got to silence you, because they don't have an answer. They don't have an answer. Let me ask you, the news media, politicians, they have promised you that if they just pass one more gun law, you're going to be safe. One more gun law. Okay. This is from the Binghamton News. Binghamton, again, same place. Gunmen shoot gunmen shoot on Brooklyn Street, and there's a girl in a wheelchair in the way. Think about that. There was a girl. That happened on July 12th. Couple of guys who turned around a corner, pulled out guns, 2 of them, pulled out their guns, and started shooting at another guy. Standing right next to that guy is a girl. She's in a wheelchair. They didn't care. They didn't care about the girl in the wheelchair. They didn't care about the other people standing around. They definitely didn't care about the guy they were trying to shoot. This is all on videotape. There is video of this. Let me ask you something. If someone is willing to be videotaped trying to shoot a guy and don't care about people in wheelchairs, do you think they care about whether or not you're registered to own a gun? Do you think they care whether or not the gun that they have is illegal or not? Do you think that if you ban rifles, if you ban rifles, do you think these two men from the NYPD that they're going to stop? Let me show you the video of this. Let's take a look at this. I want you to see it. Gotta get past the commercial here. But I want you to see, is it over? 3 seconds. Come on. I hate commercials. There it is. Won't let me, okay. Can you see this, folks? Let me pause it again. So you see these two men. They walked on down. They walked down the street. There's the guy they're trying to shoot. There's the girl in a wheelchair. That's another woman that's with that woman. Innocent people. They don't care. Let's keep watching. So here it is. They walk on up, broad daylight, pull out a gun, and they start shooting. Is a ban on rifles going to stop them? Is the red flag laws stopping them? The New York SAFE Act, this is in New York City. Is the New York SAFE Act stopping them? Name the gun law that has been put in place in the last 50 years that's stopping them. We can wait for Democrats to try and figure that one out forever. There is nothing that is stopping a criminal that wants to do evil. You know what might have helped in this situation? Having a bulletproof vest. That might have helped a little bit. Do you think that the young woman in the wheelchair, do you think she would have liked to have a bulletproof vest on to protect herself from the two guys shooting handguns at her? Do you think she would have wanted that little bit of extra safety? And New York State says she would be a criminal because she's in a wheelchair and wears a bulletproof vest. Because the gun laws in New York City, in New York State, do not protect her from those two crazed gunmen shooting in the middle of the day down the block with no concern whatsoever. Can you get why I believe concealed carry is important? Why I think it's important to be able to have a bulletproof vest? Can you see why I think that H.R. 1808 is a bad idea? Where is it? I have it up here. I want to show you this bill. God help me, I have it up here somewhere. There's just too much stuff I'm trying to show everyone. Here it is. This is Bill 1808. This comes from Cicilline, Representative Cicilline out of Rhode Island, a Democrat. Are you surprised? H.R. 1808, it is a weapons ban. It is a gun ban. And like everything, and by the way, all the Democrats, 212 Democrats, all support this. No, there's no Republicans that support this. Not one. Not one Republican supports this. It's all the Democrats support this. Okay. And all the Democrats believe that any firearm that they got to get rid of, these are all the guns. It starts here. It starts right there. These are all the guns that they want you to get rid of. Every rifle, pretty much every rifle that is made in America right now. And if you go through this list, you will have hunting rifles, you will have regular rifles, you will have everything. This is all the stuff. You know what? All of that, but they won't let you have a bulletproof vest. They won't let you be concealed carry. That the Second Amendment, that the Supreme Court is telling you must allow you to have concealed carry. The Supreme Court has said the Second Amendment gives you the right to own a firearm that you choose, and it gives you the right to conceal carry. And 212 Democrats are telling you you don't have the right. that they don't believe in the Supreme Court. They don't believe in the Second Amendment. And they don't believe that a young woman in a wheelchair should be able to defend herself because the New York SAFE Act, because they passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And this looks like a safer community, doesn't it? Doesn't that look super safe? Don't you want to move down to Brooklyn on that block to have your kids down there, to raise your kids in New York City? Don't you want to go to work and have your wife and your husband, your daughter, your son walking down those blocks? Don't you want to be part of that community where these kids could go just start shooting up everything and you can neither defend yourself with a firearm nor can you protect yourself with a bulletproof vest? Because Democrats say you don't need it. You're safe. This is okay. These guys are going to stop. They're not going to do that. I mean, look at that. They're not going to do that anymore. Democrats passed a law. They're passing laws. So those guys are going to stop. They're going to give up. They're not going to do it anymore. That's what they told you. That's the promise. Oh, we're going to pass. Hochul passed emergency powers. She passed a law to deny you the right to protect yourself. An emergency action. This is how good government can be. In less than 24 hours on July 1st, Kathy Hochul, the appointed governor of New York, got together with the Democrats in the Senate, in the New York State Senate, and the Democrats in the New York State Assembly, including Donna Lupardo, who's my assemblywoman. And they, in less than 24 hours, they got together, wrote a bill, passed the bill, and signed into a law restrictions on the Second Amendment, making it too expensive and too difficult for you, the average person, to be able to protect yourself. Because they said, as long as you don't protect yourself, this isn't going to happen to you. That's a lie. They are lying to your face. They are making you less safe. They are endangering your lives. And this is my evidence to support why I am saying that. What is the answer from the left? What's the proof? What's the evidence that they can show that any gun law they have ever put forward is actually going to save you? How it's ever going to benefit you? You can disagree with me. You can say, Mike, I don't agree. That's fantastic. Maybe you think, Mike, we don't need bulletproof vests. We need bulletproof wheelchairs. Maybe. You tell me what you think. Because I've never heard the left answer the question. Not once. Not once. By the way, this is the same government that is extending their powers. By the way, the COVID emergency is still happening right now. Public service announcement. Kathy Hochul, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, is continuing to increase her powers. She is remaining the ultimate authority of New York State. She has more power than the public, than the state assembly, than the state senators. New York State legislature answers to appointed Governor Kathy Hochul because she gave herself more power. She's an empress. She's continuing the tradition started by the disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who thought himself an emperor. Well, New York replaced an emperor with an empress, which is appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, who thinks she can just continue to give herself power day in and day out. Still, really, are you terrified of COVID? Really? Are we still worried about that? That we need to have an emergency in the state to give her emergency powers? This is like, if we were comparing this to a movie, this would be Star Wars. What is it? Episode 3? No, episode 2. Where the Emperor, with resounding ovations, was elected the first, the Galactic Empire. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Mike Bowie mentions, do you notice all the garbage on the street? Well, that is New York City. That does happen. Dow says, so too in the New York State Police. This is a danger, folks. This stuff is dangerous. And this is all happening at the same time that, as we have been telling you, that inflation is now at 9.1%. 9.1. Everything is up. 59% for fuel oil. That's up 59%. That's for your heating for your home. Wait until the winter. This is fuel oil. We haven't even got to the winter yet, and it's already up 60%. What do you think is going to happen in October when we start getting into cold weather? How much do you think it's going to go up then? Electricity is up 13%. Hey, plugging in those cars, is that saving you money? No, it costs more too. Food is up 10%. These are official numbers. Go to the store and buy a carton of eggs. Tell me it's up only 10%. I dare you. You're going to tell me it's up 100%. This is a problem. These are problems, and they are lying to you, and they are making lies in their promises. Dow mentions that sheriffs, we need more sheriffs. And it's pretty good. It's an interesting argument, because maybe that's the answer. Sheriffs are for the public. Police are beholden to the state, the city, that community that they happen to be in. But sheriffs are beholden to the public. Their responsibility is to the public, not to a specific city. The jurisdiction of a sheriff is much larger than a police officer. Police officer has that city. They have that town. They're very limited in where they can go. Sheriff, that's not true. So maybe we need more sheriffs. Maybe that would help. Maybe. But I tell you, we need to do something, because just saying we passed a law isn't doing something. Saying we passed the law and we banned your guns, you don't get to have any protection. We don't care. They're violating the Second Amendment, because they know that it's going to take 7, maybe 12 years before it gets in front of the Supreme Court. They don't care. Because it's about you being defenseless. And when you're defenseless, you're dependent. When you own nothing, that means you don't own a way to defend yourself. You don't own a home. You don't own property. You don't own clothing. You definitely don't own a gun or a knife or a way to protect yourself. You are at the complete mercy of the government. And this is what they want. That's what they're talking about in the TED Talk. That's what they said in the TED Talk. That's what they're saying about renting clothing. You own nothing, and therefore you must depend on the government for everything. I think this is terrifying, folks. I really do. And we haven't even gotten to Biden being over in Iran yet. We haven't even gotten there. Jesse mentions that a plate of chicken I used to pay $10 is now $17. Yeah, there you go. It tells you how much it's gone up. That's 70%. But they're telling you it's only 10. Yeah, they're lying to you. They are lying to you. Folks, I want to mention, it was a few, before I get to Biden and talking about the Middle East and how that's going to affect everyone in the world, I wanted to take a moment, and I'm just looking for this here. Let me ask everyone, do you think Washington, D.C. should be an autonomous zone? Should we give up Washington, D.C. and give it to black people? I'm being serious. I'm being very, very serious. Should we give Washington, D.C. to black people? I'm being serious. Wait a minute. I'm being very, very serious. I'm going to show you this. Where is this? There it is. So, yesterday, I had a very long conversation with this man, Addison Sarter. And yesterday, Addison Sarter went through with me. We had talked about initially a year ago, he came up with a proposal that said we should give DC to black people because of reparations, essentially. I truly tell you folks, watch this. See this. This is what, he's a 28-year-old man. And I want you to see what college has done and where it led him. He goes to Morehouse College. I want you to see what college is teaching our kids, where the progressive ideology is taking our nation. This is the future. He's 28. He is part of the next generation that will be running America. You need to see what he has to say about how he defends racism and segregation. I'll say it again, racism and segregation. Yes, I respected that he came on to the show, he spoke with me, and he answered questions. That doesn't change my opinion. In listening to everything he had to say, he's supporting racism and segregation. That's my opinion. You can watch it. You can tell me that you think it's wrong. You can say that he's a hero because he wants to give DC to black people for autonomous rule, to not be part of America, to be their own nation. He is literally trying to create a nation of black people in Africa with your tax dollars in DC. He wants to create his own nation in DC. This is what he has been taught by progressives in college. And he is the future of America. This is the next generation. I hope you take time to listen to what he has to say, because this is what's coming next. Because they have been taught to own nothing. And they have been taught you need to give them everything. It's terrifying. Terrifying. Jesse mentions that's racist. Yes, it is racist. I'm telling you, it's straight up racist and it's segregationist. And I did tell him that. That's my point of view on it. Just, yeah. And they're saying, yes, Dow. They are saying you own nothing, therefore everything is free for the taking. They can take anything from you and you have too much. By the way, if you're white, you're the problem. You are the problem. In this conversation, he made it very clear that white people were the problem and white people don't have rights. And if he is able to create his autonomous zone in DC, white people are not going to have no rights, no power, nothing. They will be second-class citizens. This, he says, is fair. I'm paraphrasing. I don't agree. I think it's racist as hell. Maybe you think I'm wrong. If you think that autonomous zones should be in America, that we should have sections of America given away to different ethnic groups, so so you could have someone who's, Pakistani, and they should be able to have their own little Pakistan region. You have people who are Japanese, they get to have their own Japanese section of America. Black people get to have sections, states. He's actually said 5 states. 5 states should just be handed over to black people. That's it. They're no longer part of America. Just 5 full states should just be given to black people. He makes that argument. I don't agree with that. Maybe you do. Fantastic. 607-242-1582. Do you have a comment on that? Do you think we should do that? Do you think that white people are so evil that we should give up the land, the property, the businesses? So he's not just taking the land, he wants the businesses and just give them over because he wants it. Are you willing to apologize? If you're white and you are watching this program, are you willing to just give up your property, your business, your money, to give it to this gentleman or anyone else like him just because of the color of your skin? I really want to hear people answer that, because I don't agree. I do respect that he was willing to answer questions. I respect that he was willing to try and defend his point of view. I respect it. I don't agree with it. I vehemently don't agree with it. I respect that he had the balls to do what Stacey Abrams won't do, that he has the balls to do what AOC won't do, to do what many of the colleges won't do, is actually stand up and say, he wants your stuff. I respect that he said that. I don't agree. I think he's out. I think it's completely insane, but at least he had the balls to say it. He's going to be one of the leaders in the next generation. He's 28. He's going out into the world very soon, and he's going to be involved with business and politics. This is your future. This is your future. I want to hear what people have to say about this. Yes, you could use the same logic. Dal says you could use the same logic for the Irish, the Slavs, the Chinese, Mexicans, Italians, Jews. I agree. There's a never-ending list of people this could be. But he wants your stuff because you're white, because America is capitalist, because he has been told by his teachers he deserves it. He believes he deserves it. That's what he's been taught. That's the education he has been given. That's what progressives like BLM and Antifa and progressive leaders of tomorrow and the Democratic Socialists of America, they told him he deserves this. He deserves your stuff, your business, your money, everything you own. He deserves it because you're white and he's black. Period. That's what he said. And that's not considered racist today in America. That's being taught in our colleges. It's critical race theory. That is critical race theory. Hang on one second, folks. I got to take a sip here. I've been talking nonstop. Someone call in. Someone call in so I can actually drink some coffee and have a cigarette while you talk. Come on, someone call in. 607-242-1582. Is there anyone who has anything to say about giving up their homes, their property, their money, their business? Anyone have anything to say about it? I don't care. Do you agree with it? Do you disagree with it? Do you think that we should do that? Should we just divide up America to all this? We need to. Here we go. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and may I ask who's speaking?
This is Jesse. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, Jess, what's up, man?
How you been?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
So, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Do you believe that it's good for America if you own nothing?
No.
Do you think it's good for America that we should take everything you own, Jesse, and give it to some black person?
I don't care what color they are or race or whatever, but no.
Okay. Why?
The fact that, first off, we're a capitalist society. And, this is the one country in the world that get what you put into your lifestyle, what you want and what your desires and dreams are. That's why thousands on thousands of people are coming here, legally or not. The fact that we're the only place in the world that gives you that kind of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact is that you're not earning what you want. The funny thing is, Mike, that the majority of the people that succeed in this country are immigrants, not the people that live here.
Oh, no. Let me be clear. In my conversation with Addison, and I have heard this before, the answer is Well, these are immigrants. They all have bachelor's degrees. They're all doctors. These are elite people from these other nations. And so that's why they're do well, because they have, lots and lots. They are the rich elites of these other countries. And that's why they're able to own a 7-Eleven in America. That's why they're able to come to America and own a laundromat
Okay, I
that the
wasn't
entire
aware. I
family
was not
works
aware of
at.
that.
No, well, no, that's what he says. And the answer is that's a lie.
I don't think so either. I think that as far as I see, everyone that owns like a foreign person that owns a business seems
Mhm.
like they worked really hard to get where they're at.
Well, we see repeatedly, the
Right.
entire family works at that one business, and then they take all the money from that business, and then they buy another business, and then the rest of the family works at that other business, and on down the
Correct.
line.
Correct. But yeah, I think to go back to your point, that no one owes you shit. I'm sorry if bad things happen or think your ancestors were wrong. And don't get me wrong, there's slavery around the world. There's slavery today, right now. White people too. There's Islamic people being held captive in China. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's not talked about. People have no idea what's going on. It's been going on since the dawn of man. But the problem is, I'm not willing to, to bow to your request because of one incident that happened time here in the country. And don't get me wrong, it's a terrible thing that happened, tied to our history, but no one alive today has ever owned a slave or known someone that owned a slave or was a slave. And like I said in the comment section myself, being Jewish, I mean, my ancestors built the pyramid. They were enslaved for 400 years by the rules of Egypt. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not trying to, jerk or care, but at the same time, it's like we live in today.
No, the argument from the left, from the people who propose this, these are progressive ideas. This is
Right.
BLM. Their answer is, well, black people are special
Right.
because they were taken from
Chinese.
Africa. They were brought to America, so they're special, and they're not like anyone else.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're aware that they were being sold as slaves to other countries too at the exact same time.
Well, there's been slavery around the world. There's slavery in the world today.
That's what I said earlier, right?
Yeah. So
So I'm just saying it's nothing new. It's continuing. It's been going on as far as anyone can remember or recall. But you can't just decide that you deserve something that you didn't earn because of something that happened years ago that you have no idea how you're connected to or what you're connected to. And the only thing that you do these kind of things, what you said earlier, is create separation, divide, and racism. Because that's exactly what it is. Like, we're a country that's united. We're not, like we talked about this before, and during the '90s, I think was about the most least racist time I've ever been. Like, everyone got along with each other, didn't have any issues. So what happened? I mean, the internet probably sold things and gave, I think, really honest technology that progressed it to where it is now. Gave everyone a voice. Everyone, that's all they talk about. Like, everything in front of your face all the time, and enraging people before we had none of it.
now imagine that I can't even understand. I was trying to understand from him how this is going to be done. Imagine his answer, one of the answers, and I do recommend people check out the video. Just came out. I put it out this morning.
Yeah.
But he tries to say, but it's going to be fair. You, Jesse, you're Jewish. You won't be able to vote, but I would be able to vote. And,
Right.
and it's fair because you don't have to move. You can still live in his DC autonomous zone. You just don't have the ability to vote, and you don't have a voice in the government.
So I'm actually questioning actual reason for this. Like, is he trying to unite, or is he trying to almost say this, but I'm going like a black supremacist is
He's not. He doesn't come off as a black supremacist.
You don't think so?
No. I think he genuinely believes that politically, this is the right thing to do. That this is a matter of justice and social reform.
Right.
From a progressive point of view, and that's why he quotes consistently 1950s, 1960s civil rights arguments.
Yeah.
Nothing from modern day, just then.
Quoting stuff that doesn't seem that relevant.
He doesn't deal with today.
Right. Which helps nobody. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it'll pass, learn from the past, but you have to realize that was the past. We never go backward, forward. So, what ideas were working back then, or whatever you want, your achievements or your goals are relative to what's now.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing to me that this is and mind you, this is happening at the same time that we have the same groups that are saying you need to be disarmed, you cannot passively defend yourself, that you must believe in owning nothing, you must let the government micromanage your life. And I haven't even gotten to what's going on overseas right now, which is a whole other thing.
Well, I know. And the funny thing is, I haven't really been following politics, enjoying my summer with kids.
Which is fair.
But yeah, absolutely, because their lives are important than what's going on politically. But at the same time, I still do pay attention. And the thing is, you just have to get clips and whatnot, really kind of going on. But I think everything's kind of out of hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gone. It's just spiraled left, right, and no there's no middle ground on anything. Or no, I mean, like you said before, it's like, at least sometimes I feel conservatives or libertarians have, they're a little bit more open discussion. The left, there is, like you said earlier, like for instance, like the girl down in Texas, what was her name again?
Which one? Myra?
Yeah, like the new
Flores.
Senator?
No, representative.
Excuse me, representative. Yeah, like apparently to the left, to be considered a white supremacist.
She is. They consider me that too.
Yeah, but that's how they'll label. So that's absolutely ridiculous and absurd. But because what you said earlier, it doesn't abide to their rules. Person that's a minority and a woman.
In fact,
she's a Republican.
Let me make it clear, and I'm showing this on the screen right now. According to the left, like CNN's Don Lemon, Republicans are a danger to society. Where is the exact statement? We sit around, this is Don Lemon speaking. We sit around and we talk about these things, and we want to give this false equivalence to Democrats and Republicans, so they're not equal. That is not where we are right now. Republicans are doing something that is very dangerous to a society, and we have to acknowledge that. This is Don Lemon speaking. We have to acknowledge that as Americans, we must acknowledge as journalists, because if we don't, we're not doing our jobs, that there is no equality between Democrats and Republicans are evil. This is Don Lemon saying this. He said this on CNN. This was on July 14th. And as I just showed everybody, we already know that, and I'm showing this on the screen as well, journalists have already said, 55% of them say that they can be biased, that they should be biased and political in the way that they tell people the news. This is what we are seeing in America, and this is what is being taught at places like Binghamton University, which in 2016 had a program saying that white people were bad and they had to be retrained. They had to be re-educated.
Yeah, that's rewired, right? Reprogrammed.
Yes.
Their ideology.
And so are we surprised that we're seeing out of that? So let me ask you this. Do you think tensions are getting higher or going lower because of the diversity that the Biden-Harris administration is trying to force on America?
Oh, way higher.
Okay.
No doubt. The fact is, the one thing that's disturbing to me, or actually appalling, is that everything going on, like especially with him being politically connected to Ukraine and all these other dealings that he's doing, all the corruption that's been shown right in public. Like, it was a son with hookers, and drugs and everything else. I just find it mind-boggling. Press just doesn't. They just sweep it under the rug. Trump administration, that whole family would be under investigation. 24/7 chaos.
You would think. You would think so. I mean, we know for a fact, it is a fact, that Hunter Biden lied on federal documents, that if you or I did that, we would be in jail. That is
For
a
life,
fact.
probably. Right.
And yet he is okay. And that's something that's a secondary issue. No one wants to talk about it. That if you and I had relationships with people in China, the Chinese government, and we're trying to influence politics, we would be investigated.
Yeah,
that is a
just like
fact.
the whole Russian Trump thing. This is even on a different level because it's blatant.
Well, we know the contracts exist.
Right.
We know that there is a company that is paid tens of millions of dollars to Hunter Biden. We know that for a fact.
There's no Trump collusion with Russia, kind of like bullshit. There's no evidence. But the funny fact, like you just said, there's tons of amounts of evidence that this is really going on, and no one seems to care. No one is doing anything about this. It's just astonishing that, you can't red pill people. You can throw everything in people's face, and they still don't care because Trump. They don't care
Well,
that
how
he's
about,
gone.
Yeah, he owns their brains. They can't think without saying the word Trump every day. They got to say his name at least once
He's
a day.
still getting blamed for stuff, and he's,
It's been 18 months. None of this nothing that's going on in America 18 months after he's out of office has to do with him. But how about this? Let me ask you this. We were talking about gun control earlier. I showed that in Brooklyn, there was the shooting with a woman in a wheelchair. I don't know if you got to see that.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So let me ask you, do you feel like you should move to Brooklyn with your kids and you'll be safer or less safe?
I'll tell you this. My kids have never been in New York City. I've talked to them about maybe going down there for a visit to Times Square and all that stuff. And as of right now, and this was about 2 or 3 months ago, I decided not to, because I just felt like I hear about all the subway attacks. People being thrown in front of trains by psychos and whatever, stabbing, random people, psychotics running around. And I just don't feel. I really feel like New York is on the path of 1970s, like Times Square was full of all the dirt and the trash and all the whatever was going on with the clubs.
I remember those days.
It's like the Carter administration all over again. And I never lived through it because I was born in '77. Starting to get a grip.
Yeah, this is very much like the Carter administration on acid. It is a lot worse. But let me ask, because appointed Governor Kathy Hochul has promised that the criminals are going to follow these laws, that by denying you the right to be able to conceal carry, you're going to be safe. A former disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo promised that the New York SAFE Act and red flag laws would make you safe. Eric Adams is promising that as long as he's able to get rid of the gun, that he's put out gun laws, that you're going to be safe. Do you believe any of them?
No, gun laws are, I hate to even say this, but they're ridiculous. And they don't mean anything. Criminals don't listen to laws. That's why they're criminals. That's why they commit crime. That's why the worst part about it is the fact that they know, especially with laws in place, catch and release, basically. I can murder someone today and be out without bail. Well, maybe not that extreme, but I'm just saying, commit any kind of crime.
No. You wouldn't be released. Remember, you're Jewish. You're not black. You wouldn't be released.
Right. Yeah, they probably might hold me in jail. I'm not sure. I'm not a racist. So, I don't know. But my point is that with laws in place, with the whole jail reform, it's actually redundant. It doesn't mean anything. I know a couple of officers here locally that they arrest the same person twice in one day.
Yeah, that's happened a lot.
petty stuff, but like harassment, whatever. But they're out. The next day there's no arraignment. So, I mean, there's no wait for from a judge. Release.
Yeah.
It's
And
absolutely ridiculous. And the funny thing is like it's harder for a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen to acquire self-protection or a handgun. You have to have like solid like reference. In New York State.
four. They made it 4.
Yeah, and that they have to account. You have to have like no DWIs, no
Anything.
domestic
Can't
stuff
have
like
it.
that.
Yeah.
It makes it really hard just to get a hand. Not even still carry. That's a whole other issue.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
you have, it's actually easy to get a gun legal than it is to get it legal. Doesn't make any sense.
okay. Let me ask one other question, and then I want to see if other people have some comments on
Sure.
these things. And I thank you again for calling in today. I do
No, thank you
appreciate
for
it.
taking my call.
Let me ask you this. So, am I right? Is there anyone else in politics? I don't care what party, I don't care what organization. Is there anyone else in the news? I don't care if it's left, right, center, I don't care who it is. Is
Right.
there anyone talking about the food shortage and has a plan?
No, not that I've heard of in the past 8 months.
Okay. So, besides this channel, no one's talking about any kind of plan, good, bad, I don't care what it is. I don't care what party, I don't care who it comes from. Besides this channel, has anyone said we need a plan for October?
No, not that I've heard of. Actually, well, maybe Fox News, and they just mentioned it once in maybe like a 3-minute segment.
Okay.
That's
Does that
about
make,
it. And then they go to their next news story, whatever they're.
okay. Does that make you feel more or less confident?
If economists keep projecting what they're projecting, like I'm gonna go buy a bunch of spam and canned goods real soon because after listening to the show, it really is. I know you as a credible person in politics, and really do pay more attention than I do, obviously. So I will take that warning because of the fact that this could be a strong possibility, and if you really believe that, then I
Oh,
will
yeah, I
take
do.
that seriously.
I really, really do. And I don't see a
No.
down. As I said before, I don't see a downside. If I'm wrong, then you'll save a little bit of money because prices are still going up,
Right.
and you'll have
And
extra food that you can donate if you
yeah,
want to.
and canned goods are they're still way more affordable than like I said in my comment section. I used to get a flat of chicken for $10. Now it's $17. So we're having dinner tonight. We're having pork. We're having barbecue pork. Pork is it's a $6 meal for all three of my boys. So that is affordable.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
It's
Italian
crazy.
cooking's the best, people. Just so you know.
Never
So,
bad to have a preference in the food. Hey, I love that.
I'm just saying, man. That, you can make a lot of delicious meals with pasta and cheap stuff, and look it up. Italian cook, I'm telling you, a lot of money.
Okay. Well, again, I want to thank you for taking the time to have a conversation with us. I find your insight wonderful. I thank you for it. And I'm always open to hear people's thoughts. So I do thank you for that.
Yeah, and I really appreciate taking my call, and I hope I, Mike.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, I'll take care.
Okay.
All right.
Now, folks, just like what you just saw with Jesse, you too can call in. The phone line, as you can tell, is open. It's 607-242-1582. I believe Dal, maybe someone else is trying to call in at the same time. The phone line is open. Go ahead. It's first come, first serve. You call in, you're going to be on. And I'm happy for you to do that. Remember, if you have found this to be interesting at all, if you found this to be informative at all, I ask you only one thing. Please subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. That's it. Doesn't cost you anything. We're not asking you for more. I mean, if you want to donate, fantastic. Please do. Could help keep the lights on. But we're asking you just to subscribe, to like, and share, because that helps us to reach more and more people. Whether they agree or disagree on the things we cover, that's perfectly fine. We want more conversation because we think that helps America. So if there is anyone else, if Dal or anyone else, Tina, anyone wants to call in, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. Anyone, whether you agree or disagree, if you think it's good to annex DC and give it to a bunch of black progressives, because that's good for America. Please tell me why. If you agree with Don Lemon that Republicans are evil and that they have to be treated different than Democrats in America, please tell me why. If you think that Don Lemon and other journalists who are saying that they need to tell you propaganda, that their political bias is the news that you should get, then please tell me why. I'm happy to hear that. I want to hear why you think that's the case. I'm not going to pick on you. I'm not going to beat up on you. I'm going to have a conversation. That's it. Just like I did with Addison Sarter. We had a conversation. Didn't beat up on him. Treated him with great respect and just tried to find out why he thought what he thought. That's what we do here. But I want you to have the honest answers to hear these statements, because instead, what we are getting from the major news media are things like, well, Joe Biden's going to help you because he's going to create the Iran nuclear deal and you're going to be safe. Kind of like how we're safe with New York State taking away our right to defend ourselves, to passively defend yourself. Well, what's the news? Joe Biden, he's over in Israel and he wants to talk about the Iran nuclear deal. That he's making, that this deal is going to come through. He's going to make it happen, folks. And the last time we did this, global terror increased because the United States was paying the Iran Revolutionary Guard to commit global terror. And Joe Biden wants to do that again. That he is looking to try and get a Middle East peace. Meanwhile, Iran, for their part, they're saying they want to destroy America. Their plan has never changed. That they have ICBMs that they are trying to build right now so that they could drop a bomb anywhere in America. That's the Iranian government. This is what they are saying. And we're being told by the news media, Joe Biden's great. He's the best at international policy in America. Meanwhile, when he goes over to Iran, to Saudi Arabia and Israel, he's talking about honoring the Holocaust. He can't even get a simple scripted speech correct. This is a scripted speech. He isn't talking off the top of his head. He actually said, in a scripted speech, and I will quote, "I will once more return to the hallowed ground of Yad Vashem to honor the 6 million Jewish lives that were stolen in a genocide and continue, which we must do every day, continue to bear witness to keep alive truth and honor of the Holocaust." He corrected himself and said, honor the Holocaust, and then he continues, and honor those that we lost so we never forget the lesson and continue our shared unending work to fight the poison of anti-Semitism wherever it raises its ugly head. This is a scripted speech. And he's talking about honoring the Holocaust. And world leaders are supposed to take him seriously. This is supposed to increase the peace in the world. This is supposed to be strong leadership. He's insulting our only ally in the Middle East. And and I guarantee you that people like Don Lemon aren't covering this honestly. Don Lemon says that he has to cover this with a bias. We know that 55% of the news media, the journalists, they're going to cover this with a bias and lie to you. And they admit it. We have the evidence. This isn't my conjecture. This isn't me just making something up. There is evidence. I have the links. They will be in the description at the end of the show. They're telling you they will lie to you. They are doing exactly what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was taught to do. Because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez went to a college kind of like Binghamton University, where they teach her that it is not important to be semantically, to be mathematically, to be empirically correct. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Michael, John Critisco.
Hey, John, what's up?
Just calling to check to make sure your car warranty is up to date.
Haven't gotten one of those during the show yet.
Yeah, now that the world is circling down the drain, make sure everybody's warranties are up to date.
Yeah, because who needs food when you need your car warranty to be up to date?
Well, that's assuming, of course, there's still cars.
Well, you
So
could have something that's electric if you can plug it in and have it charge up and afford it, because
Nah.
because electricity just comes from the sky.
no, we won't even have the electricity. We'll go back to, hey, is your warranty on your horse up to date?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, it's really something. I am not a fan of the parliamentary system, but this is one of the cases where we might need it. But
Oh, for which part? Which?
about getting rid of switching the prime minister, but our founders, rightfully so, rejected the parliamentary system, so we're kind of stuck for at least probably till January. I'm not sure what Biden's going to do.
Are you saying, John, that you're not part of 92% of people that would vote for Joe Biden again?
That's an interesting stat. That is it 70-something% would not like to see Biden run. I think it was. I forget what it was offhand.
74. I believe it's 74% of people
But
would not vote for him.
92% would vote for him if he was a Democrat nominee. Now that seems counter, right? Counter.
Makes no sense.
Well, it's the same darn poll that says, what is your rating of Congress? And it's like 18%. But what is your opinion on your Congress member? It's like 80-something.
Yeah.
It's crazy. My guy is good while the rest of them are terrible. And everybody says the same thing. It's crazy.
It is crazy. It doesn't make sense. And that's why we have the government where we have Kamala Harris, who's not responsible for the increase in illegal aliens coming across our border, but she's in charge of stopping illegal aliens from coming across our border.
Yeah, it's quite a paradox. I'm beginning to wonder. I mean, they don't do that much anymore because of cell phones and such. But years ago, when I used to get involved in local politics, we'd take some polls about, like when I ran and other people. I really and truly wonder, are people really being upfront and honest when they answer these polls?
I doubt it.
So
I don't know.
how do you gauge? How do you take the temperature of the nation and what they're thinking?
I don't know. I can only tell you what they are saying and some of the things that, and again, and I don't know if you saw this on the show when we were talking about it earlier, put it on the screen again, but we do know that according to Pew Research, 55% of journalists say that they do not have to tell you the balance or the correct view of a news story, that they can give you a biased opinion. And we know that from Don Lemon himself on CNN, as I show here, he says that it's not about being fair to Democrats and Republicans. Republicans are evil, and therefore they have to be covered differently, that they are a problem.
Yes, I remember that article, yeah. Well, I will say this, though. I give them kudos for telling the truth.
Well, there is that, yes.
I mean, not that Republicans are evil. I don't mean that part of it. I'd be happy with if
Well, it's
it
his
was
opinion.
if it was a article on a website or a video or a show on a mainstream media channel. If you said, this is my opinion, and put opinion in the corner and then spouted your garbage, or you would say, this is straight news and told the news, I'd be happy with that.
But no, but again, the journalists are saying with straight news, with no, we're not talking commentary, the straight, honest news, they're saying they need to put a bias in there.
Well, it just goes what you and I have been saying for a long time. You're more of a peacemaker than I am. You're more of,
Sometimes.
I'm going to try to persuade the other side.
Sometimes.
It's like stopping a dog from chasing a cat up a tree. It's just instinctual. They can't help it. They don't know what else to do. You cannot persuade them. Now, saying that, people are finally starting to realize, especially we'll say moderate people, conservatives, Republicans, people that aren't progressive whack jobs, that they don't disagree with people like you and I.
Well,
They hate our guts. They think we're evil, and they want us swept off the earth.
what if I were to tell you, and I'm showing it on the screen right now, did you know that the NEA, the National Education Association, which gets money from the United States government, the NEA is putting together a list, it costs $140,000, a list of enemies. These are people who are actively working to diminish a student's right to honesty in education, freedom of sexual and gender identity, and teacher autonomy. That there is a list that is being funded by the United States government to create enemies because someone might say that Binghamton University, when they allowed a riot to happen, when they censored students because they are conservative, which is why Binghamton University is being sued by students, why they are in an investigation by the Department of Education.
Yeah.
You're on an enemies list.
Well,
what would you say to that?
speaking of for First Amendment violations, you and I won't, of course, mention the person's name, are acquainted or friends with an individual that was questioned during that lawsuit.
I'll mention someone that I know that was questioned in that lawsuit, besides Harvey Stenger, the president of Binghamton University. The former councilman, do you remember him? What's the kid's name? Starts with a C. Connor.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
Then I'm trying to remember the name of the former councilman for New York. Starts with a C. Connor, what's his name?
Conrad Taylor.
Conrad Taylor, who was at the event helping to organize it. He is on video. He was part of the riot.
Yeah. Yeah, he's comes from a rich family in New York. In fact, I lost to him my first time running for city council as a Republican. I've won twice in the past as a Democrat.
Yeah.
Well, because people, he's just a young kid, and so is the individual that's there now. They're just a D in front of their name. It doesn't really matter. It's like you can go to, we'll say, Wyoming. We'll just pull that out of the hat.
Yeah.
You go to vote, and there's an R in front of the person's name. You check that.
Well,
Now, my dad, rest his soul, used to have a saying. He was a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
I always vote party. The closer it is to my home, the more I vote the person, i.e., mayor, city council, maybe county executive, that kind of thing. But at state, national level, it's R right down the line.
there's a lot of people who do that. About 20%.
Well, no, the
20%
local elections, he picks the person that might vote for a D.
Right. Well, they say politics is always local, but there are 20%. It's just numbers usually work out.
I'll be perfectly straight with you.
Yeah.
Since I left the party, I used to be a local elected official as a Democrat. I left the party in 2013. I really left them in my mind like 2006 or 7, but I didn't officially do it till 13. I've yet to vote for a Democrat since then.
Well, look at where the Democratic Party is. As I was showing earlier, I don't know if you got to see that I did an interview with a gentleman named Addison Sarter about Washington, D.C., that he wants to create a autonomous zone, a nation that is controlled by Black Americans, that is separate of the United States, that he wants to take the land, the buildings, the businesses that are there right now, take them away from everyone and give them to the Black community.
Right.
Did you hear me talk about that a little bit?
I've heard of it. I've heard of the guy. I didn't see the video, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Yeah, well, I had a video a year ago and he came on yesterday. I did an interview with him to explain why. And we're being told that part of the diversity of the United States, we're being told by Joe Biden and others that the unification of the United States involves taking stuff from you to give to these progressives because of the color of their skin.
Right.
Does that sound unifying to you?
No, they don't want unification. They just use the word. It's was it reparations?
Yes.
Well, it got an interesting point. I saw a video on the Black Plague in Europe during the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Wiped out 1/3 of the population.
Yeah.
Well, that came from originally, they can tell from archaeology and records, the Black Plague came from China in
Mhm.
Asia. Now Chinese owe Western Europe all these reparations for bringing in a plague that wiped them out.
According to the logic of the left, yes.
Well, I want to be 6 foot and have blonde hair and blue eyes. I mean, you can talk all you want to, what you want. It just,
No,
I think
according-
some of these guys, I wonder if these guys really think that or they're just grifters.
John, according to the left today, if you decided that your name is Susan and that you're a 6 foot tall, a 6'3", blonde haired, you're the spitting image of, what's his name? Ivan Drago, the guy who played Ivan Drago. He's in all the Schwarzenegger movies.
I know what you mean, the guy in Rocky.
Yeah, the guy in Rocky. You could be him. Hell, you could be Clubber Lang if you want to from now on. According to the left, if you say so, we have to call you Clubber Lang, the black man from Rocky.
Right. That's just, it's the brainwashed, we'll call them ground army of these idiots. And I'm going to use the word idiot on purpose. It's the people that are pulling the strings that know better. This is just about power and control. And this is the way they do it, to get the people on the ground, the millions that believe this nonsense, to do their bidding. But
Hell,
the people that are really in charge of this, they know this is all BS.
hell, did you see that there was 1.1 million people who watched? This comes from Forbes. It was in, it comes from Senator Josh Hawley.
Oh, yeah, I did an episode. I did a video on my YouTube channel with this. And it was fascinating to behold.
Yeah. For people who don't know, I want to play just a part of this real quick for people. You'll listen in, John. You'll be able to hear it. This is Senator Josh Hawley talking with a progressive about men being pregnant.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks. Here, before I want to visit with you, Ms. Maskey, but before I do, I just want to clear one thing up. Mr. Bridges, you said several times you've
Right.
used a.
Women have the capacity for
Here it
pregnancy.
Would that be women?
Yeah.
You've referred to people
This is
with
with
a
a Berkeley
capacity
professor,
for
right?
pregnancy.
Yeah.
Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue. It's a.
We
it's
can
a what?
recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing that.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancy?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important
Because of
for
my
us-
line of questioning? So
Because-
we can't talk about it?
because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm
is
denying that trans
dangerous.
people exist by
Are
asking
you?
you if you're
Are
talking
you?
about women
Are you?
having pregnancies.
Do you believe?
Can you imagine that, folks? Think about that. Someone
No.
asked a question.
Yeah.
And the answer is, well, you are an ist and a phobe. Shut up. Stop speaking. Do what I say.
Right. She's just a mindless drone. It's, I think, not what she's saying, it's how she's saying it. There's some other clips from her that are more important.
Yeah, but I was
Just the arrogance of this woman.
Yeah.
Is like, I mean, one senator, she said, well, you're not answering the question. She goes, well, I'm answering a more interesting question than the one you asked.
Yeah, well, this is the mentality. This is how we unify. Remember, these are the people who are saying they are unifying America. That this is bringing America together by telling you you can't ask questions. That you must do what they say or else.
Right. I don't know if it was back in 2006 when I was made council president. I almost walked away from the Democrat Party to make a point. I saw this coming here locally. Now, I don't know if I just had an incredible moment of clarity or I'm Nostradamus or whatever it was, and I said, I seen this coming. You and I are involved in local politics for a long time. So you know the individuals involved. I won't get into it now.
Right.
But I saw this coming. And I thought to myself, maybe it's a flash in a pan, maybe it's not. And as time went on, I saw it wasn't. Now, I do have to say it's a brilliant strategy by the progressives and the Democrats, but it's only temporary. They can only pull this for so long before the people in this area, the state of New York, the Northeast, the American people in general. But here's the thing, what are we going to do with these people when they finally lose? They have institutional authority.
But wait a minute, when they lose, every time there is a challenge made against the left, we have riots. Every time. We had 120 days of riots in Portland. We had the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone in Seattle. We had autonomous zones attempted in Austin, in Brooklyn, New York. Hell, they killed an 8-year-old kid in Atlanta.
Their heads are going to explode. You think there's a huge increase in psych meds now? And I don't say that tongue in cheek. I'm dead serious. These people are going to explode. They're going to wake up one day and find out they've been in a cult, and they're totally unprepared for life. They're totally unprepared for society, and there's going to be hell to pay, because we've got to do something with these people. You just can't make them disappear.
Well, they don't think they're going to lose. In fact, they think they are winning. That's why Addison wants to usurp. He wants to take over D.C. and all the businesses and all the property.
I gotcha.
And we have Don Lemon on CNN saying, well, if you have the wrong political affiliation, you're evil and have to be treated differently.
Now, Don Lemon in that case, if we change the wording around on the autonomous zone in D.C., Don Lemon, we can go through thousands and thousands of Democrat quotes. If you just change around the names and the locations, that sounds like exactly the old-time Klan members in the South.
Yeah, it is. It is segregation. It is racism. I absolutely believe that. I agree with you. But that's the new thing. We are hearing from progressives today that if you question them, you are evil, that they want segregation, they want reparations. And in the old days, you were a race traitor. If you were white and you believed in equal rights, you were a race traitor. It's the same soup, just reheated. It is. It is back to the 1950s.
Yeah, and it's anybody that goes back, especially the 1920s, with probably the biggest racist that ever held the Oval Office, Woodrow Wilson. Now, I'm not talking about you and I like history. We know things were different. People thought differently, so you can't compare today with yesterday.
You shouldn't, but they do.
But Woodrow Wilson was just a devout racist.
Yes.
So was Johnson. It's his help. The Klan just went tenfold nationwide, and they all burned out because even their philosophy can never hold up the test of time. But here's the problem. How much damage are they going to do before they're defeated?
Well, let's see. In New York State, you can't have a bulletproof vest to protect yourself passively from people. I showed earlier the video of guys in Brooklyn just walking down a block, just shooting up everybody. You can't wear bulletproof. That's a crime to have a bulletproof vest to protect yourself from that. Now, you can't conceal carry.
I know state level people that are elected right now that I talk to on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give away private conversation because they wouldn't be right.
Fair enough.
But they'll make that point, say about the vest.
Yeah.
And I'll say, so what? It changes nothing.
Well, it
changes zero.
It changes my ability to protect myself.
Well, I mean, nobody's really got a vest. What I'm trying to say is that they do these things for virtue's sake. That vest issue is way less important than the concealed carry permit application process.
Actually, I find them to be equally important because they're both the same thing. It's me defending myself, not relying on the government.
They're both rights that you're losing. What I'm trying to say is that the everyday person is trying to defend himself. That vest issue is going to have very little impact. Well, the other one about the concealed carry permit is going to be big. What I'm trying to say is that they even know once you sit down with, and there are some people that are still not brainwashed in Albany and in Washington, but they're keeping their heads down because as soon as they pop them up like a prairie dog, they're going to get their heads blown off politically. So they just sit and wait it out.
They think we're going to forget.
They figure this is going to burn out, and when these progressives and all that burn themselves out, we'll still be here to pick up the pieces of the Democrat Party, either locally, statewide, or nationally, and we'll go back to business as normal.
See, here's the thing, John, and I showed it on the show earlier. I don't know if you saw it. The NEA, the National Education Association, is putting together a list of enemies. $140,000 coming from our tax dollars is paying to create a list of people that they want to attack for not being progressive enough. I don't think this is going away.
Oh, yeah, I see your point. But the thing is, though, and they'll virtue signal. They'll do a couple of minor things, we'll say legislative-wise at the local and state level, maybe even national, to prove that they're really in the fight with you when we're all in this together and all that BS. But I still think that in the end, they will burn out. But the problem is, though, who's going to pick up the pieces and how are we going to put things back together?
You know what? That is a good question, John. And I hope that you're right, that it is just going to burn out and fade away, kind of like McCarthyism did, kind of like the KKK did.
It's like one of your daughters or sons has a boyfriend or a girlfriend that's incredibly destructive and just wrong for the person, and they raise havoc among your family, and eventually that boyfriend or girlfriend either walks away or is pushed away. The damage done to that family by this person is still there after they leave.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems. You're right. I would love to, quite honestly, I would love to be in the position where we're saying, how do we fix America now that this crap has ended? The problem is we're nowhere near where this crap has ended.
No.
And that's my problem is, I would love to go and say, well, this is how we fix it now that it's done. The problem is we're still doing it. We're still destroying this nation.
We're just going to have to wait it out. We don't have much choice. We fight back the best we can. We push back the best we can. We just have to wait for this to burn itself out. That's the only solution. It's like a gigantic wildfire. You just have to wait for it to burn out, and then you start over.
That is an interesting point of view. I do want to make sure other people, I know this has been some interesting stuff, but I do appreciate that you're speaking with us and giving us some of your insight on these ideas. Was there anything else you wanted to cover before I let you go?
Well, nothing really. I just want to appreciate, I get the same people that have watched my videos here on YouTube on my channel come watch your show, so I want to thank them all. Picked up a lot of subscribers in the last month, a ton of them, and the channel's really picking up, and I want to thank everybody because I recognize some of the names here in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And people will be watching this video later that aren't in the chat.
Sure.
And I want to thank them all because it's really encouraging to see that after all this time, finally breaking through and getting to more and more people, and not just the we'll say the bubble of conservative people, but reaching out to people that are in between and letting them make up their own mind. I'm getting a lot of those people that, I was in the middle there for a while, and I see what you're saying, and you're showing me what's going on, and I appreciate that fact, and it helped me come to a conclusion that these people are nuts, and I have to participate in local government and issues more than I am, and that really makes me feel good.
Well, I'm glad. And I know I have a great audience, and I'm glad that they watch all kinds of content because I believe in the freedom to you find out information from all the sources you can and then make a decision. It's not the progressive way of looking at things, but I think it's the better way of looking at things.
But it's going to be, I'll tell you, you read stuff about the past, about the Depression, World War II, World War I, the Civil War. You can go through all the catastrophes in the United States and its history and difficulties. And we're right in the middle of one now. So it's hard for us to see the bird's eye view of it all because we're right in the middle of it. When this all passes, it'll be part of history and people will write books about it, but we can't really see it because we're in it.
It makes it a lot harder. But I tell you, I think that what we can see, what is happening, is crazy.
It is.
And we
And I
need to
think,
call it out every
and,
step of the way.
oh, I'm going to call it out every single minute. And I'll leave you with this, a positive note, so to
Sure.
speak. This republic is strong enough to every single catastrophe and storm, whether it be social, economic, internal, whatever, is always survived it. Maybe battered a little bit, maybe bruised a little bit, but the United States will always carry on. And I think that it's just going to be a lot of pain before this is over. And then when it's over, the republic will still stand, and everybody will still look at the U.S. as the shining city on the hill.
That's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, me too, and I hope I live that long. God willing, I'm 65, so we'll see how long he's got for me, but hopefully we'll all see it.
I hope so.
And I worry about my granddaughter. She's going to be 3 in February, so my kids are in their 30s still. So it's there's concern for you and I are a little bit older, so I don't think it will affect us really that much. In our lifetime, I worry about the future. It's like the old thing: we plant trees whose shade we will never sit in.
True.
And that's I think what America. When people stop coming here unlawfully,
Mm-hmm.
that's when I'll begin to worry.
That's interesting.
Because
That's
this isn't the shining city on the hill anymore.
Yeah. That
So-
would be a big whistle, a big
That would
alarm
be a
going off.
huge red flag
Mhm.
that something is seriously wrong. It's like a medical condition. There's red flags. If people stop coming here, legally and illegally, then we have a problem.
No, you are very, very correct on that.
Well, thanks for the time, and I want to wish everybody well, and God bless everybody, and God bless America.
God bless America. Thank you, John.
All right, Mike, take care.
All right.
Bye.
So, folks, just like you just heard, you too can call into the program at 607-242-1582. The phone lines are open. I'm happy to hear anything that you have to say. This is a conversation. I'm not a progressive. You get to speak, and we get to hear what you have to say. I only ask that we have if you disagree, please just make it respectful. Have a respectful conversation. You don't have to agree with us. Tell us why you don't agree. If you do agree, let's have a respectful conversation about why you agree. How do you think this nation is going? Do you feel more confident in the news media knowing that 55% of the news media thinks that being able to put out, that they need to put out bias? Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what's your first name?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Del?
My Grand Central Station, you're really popular today.
I'm loving that. That's always a great thing. I love to hear what people have to say.
Won't keep you long because I know we're going on to Saudi Arabia now. I wanted to share an anecdote with you that I was reminded of when I was watching your program with a gentleman from D.C. Now, your audience may not know this, but you know that I was in South Africa for a number of years.
Yes.
And while we were down there, I remember there was in Durban, which is on the east coast of South Africa, they had a UN summit for reparations. And while they were down there, one of the things that they were talking about is that the idea of the genocide the UN had put forward,
Yeah.
that the gentleman from DC was talking about
Dal,
extensively.
before you go further, are you talking to me on a speakerphone?
I'm talking to you on a Bluetooth. Is there a bad connection?
It's coming a little muffled, yeah.
All right, hold on one sec. Is that a little better?
Oh, massively better. Yes, please.
Okay. So while in Durban and this whole thing is going on, they were using the UN guidelines for crimes against populations and oppressed peoples and the whole genocide thing that he was basing a large portion of his, the gentleman from DC was basing a large portion of his premise on his bill.
Addison Sarter talking about
Addison
DC being given over to Black Americans as an autonomous zone. Yes, go ahead.
All right. So while they were having this conference, and there's all this back and forth, and there's very flowery speeches about how the world has changed, and we've done all this. That we need to reach back into our past. We need to pull forward all the bad stuff, lay it out on the table, and we need to give some of the wealth of, we recognize that some of this wealth was built on your suffering, and therefore we're going to help these populations. You know what happened with that?
What's that?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like I had people talking to me as an American, because America never showed up at this thing, right?
Okay.
We never sent a delegation to there, but they sent a letter, I think, but they didn't send an actual delegation there. And they asked me, they're like, hey, you had slavery in your country. Why aren't your people participating in this? Because, as we all know in American history, you fought a war over it. You should have something for this population. And I looked at them and I said, and what should we do about the Slavs? And they were like, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, how about the Irish? And they're like, well, what do you mean? I said, how about the Germans? The idea is that hardship doesn't hit just one ethnicity.
Right.
Hardship is part of life. Yes, human beings do terrible things to one another all the time, and it's still happening overseas.
Yes.
I mean, by their own logic, they should go to Portugal and say, hey, you guys traded with our ancestors, and our ancestors gave us up to you, and then you brought us to Europe and the Caribbean and all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So who's really responsible? The African nations that are holding this thing about reparations are the ones that are truly responsible. So why aren't they doing it? I mean, by their own logic, this is how you could follow it back. And they can't, because they're poor. They took the Europeans' money, they blew it on crap, and then they ended up being poor anyway. So that it really holds no argument when you're talking about reparations that this is solely one ethnicity's problem or another. It's actually just a part of the human condition, and the only way you move past something like that is to recognize that it happened and don't do it again.
Well, speaking about doing it again, you would think these same people who are so concerned about whether black people are being treated well in the world, and we're exporting this to other nations, to France,
right,
to the United Kingdom. We're exporting the American point of view about racism to the world, but they're not concerned about the active slavery happening right now on the west coast of Africa, the western portion of Africa. They don't care.
Right.
Somalia has slaves right now. There are people, remember there was that hashtag from Michelle Obama about, bring our girls back, because the hashtag was supposed to stop slavery in Africa because all those girls got taken. It didn't stop. There's still slavery going on.
Right. No, if you want to export an idea, export the idea of freedom. Show people what works. But right now, between our administration and the will of the people, everything's so disjointed that you can't export that because nobody knows what you're talking about.
Let me ask.
It was really strange to me, like to come back from Africa and listen to the beginnings of the grumblings of CRT, even as far back as 2002.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I graduated high school, I went to college, and while I was in a poli-sci class, somebody was trying to use the same argument as Sarter was, and this is back in 2002. And I looked at them and I said, hey, when was the last time your family was ever in Africa? And he's like, well, what do you mean? I said, you're talking about things that happened in the past that brought your ancestors to this country. When was the last time that you were in Africa? Because you're claiming African ethnicity. When was the last time you were ever in Africa? And he's like, well, it was well over 300 years ago. And I said, they don't want you.
Which is true.
They don't even recognize, like when I was over in South Africa, I made the mistake of saying African American.
Yeah, they don't
and
believe
I got
that.
corrected.
No, they don't believe that at all. I've been overseas myself when I lived in Moscow and I lived in Russia, and I've met Africans, actual Africans, And
Yeah.
no, they don't. I'm not African. The Africans are very clear about that. You're an American. You may be black, but you're an American. You're not. You got nothing to do with Africa.
Yeah, they basically they like what they see as far as American culture in the black communities. They've assimilated some of the entertainment aspects and things of that nature, but for the most part, if they come over, the funniest anecdote I ever got from one of these was Walter Magoshi was a classmate of mine, and he says, do you know what we do to American tourists that come over that are black and they're like trying to act African? We take them to a township and we tell them that this is Mother Africa. And the one time a lady got off the bus and she was wearing like this Nigerian garb.
Okay.
And she's looking around and she doesn't see anybody else wearing this type of garb. But she's clueless. She sees it, but she doesn't understand it. And then they're like, welcome to Mother Africa. And she got down and she picked up some dirt off the ground
Really?
in this township that doesn't have a lot of, functional utilities. And she put it to her mouth. And one of the drivers started laughing. And he goes, hey, that's where he is. We decided to pee this morning. It was like, you have this idea that you want to be tied to a particular ethnicity, but this culture that you want to try and promote as a form of unity, you don't need it. You're an American now. Your family has probably been in this country for long enough that you have no ethnic ties or cultural ties other than the color of your skin to anything that remotely would be descending you from that other place. You are wholly American, and that's actually liberating.
Well, it should be. We're the richest, most powerful nation in the world. Our quality of life exceeds everyone.
Right.
Why do we want less?
Even our poorest are richer than most others.
66% of the world wishes they could be our poor. They wish they could be our homeless. That's a fact. That is a fact. Being homeless in America is richer than living in 2/3 of the world countries in the world.
I think the only one that beats it out as far as being poor and homeless and still being better off than other countries is Japan.
Yeah.
I mean that's I don't know why that is. It just
cultural.
Is. Like I've seen documentaries on it and talked to people from Japan, and they're like, yeah, we have a homeless issue, but it's not that they're really homeless. It's that they find places to sleep. They are able to live. They do have access to stuff. They just wander all over the place, and it's kind of inconvenient.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, what a way to describe it.
Let me ask you this, Dal. So, I've made the connection. I believe the connection where we see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on 60 Minutes say that being semantically, mathematically, empirically correct is not good. We hear now that we have, from Pew Research, 55% of journalists don't believe in providing unbiased coverage. These are hard news. This is hard news, not commentary, hard news. Do not believe in that. And we have Don Lemon on CNN saying that we have to treat Republicans, we have to separate our nation by political preference and demonize people who aren't part of his political preference. And I say that is endemic, that our colleges, like Binghamton University, that doesn't believe in free speech for its students, are destroying the bedrock of America going forward. Is that a bad conclusion? Do you think I'm wrong?
No, that's a correct conclusion, I think, based on what based on what I've read, what I've seen from you, from other sources. That's a pretty logical conclusion. That also reminds me of the same guy that we were talking about when I was in the poli-sci class.
Mm-hmm.
I said to him, look, I'm more African than you are.
Like
and
Elon Musk.
He just kind of looked at me and he's like, but you can't be, you're white. and I had my passport on me when I was at class because I was planning on going out, and I threw it on the table, and my poli-sci professor walked over and he looks at it and he opens it up. I said, "Look at the back of the stamps," and he read it out loud to the class. He says, "Permanent resident of South Africa as of 1994," and he says, I said, "Look, as an American living in South Africa and able to move freely in and out of the country, I have more ties to that culture than you have in the last 300 years.
Sure.
I know how they're living. I share their pain because I live in a similar environment. The township that I lived next to, it, was just on the other side of the wall of our house.
Wow.
Like we were that close. People used to smoke pot from the township just behind our wall.
Wow.
So, I mean, there was more in common with that. And when you take a group of people and you separate them, and I was friends with some of these people that would come up from the township, which was strange for the people that lived around me, like the neighbors that lived around me, because they're like, "Oh, well, we don't associate with them because they're outside of our social circle." I was like, "Why? They live here. You might as well get to know them, because if you don't get to know them, then you're not going to have any sort of rapport or trust, so that if something bad does happen, you can't trust that they won't help the perpetrator."
Right.
I mean, you don't give them things necessarily, but you talk to them, you get to know them, and
be friendly.
We were actually better. We were friendly, and we were actually better off as far as relations with the people around us as an American family, so that when things happened in Afghanistan, and there was like 5 blocks down the road, the Afghani enclave that was down there was saying they were going to kill Americans. We had neighbors coming from the township that warned us that there were people out hunting Americans.
Ooh, that's
and
a
that
big
we
one.
needed, and they were like, we need you to take down the flag that's flying in front of your house and pretend you're Canadians. They don't want to kill Canadians yet. Pretend that you're Canadians.
Yeah, kind of like Operation Argonaut.
Yeah. So, when you get this kind of inflammatory language where you're trying to divide people, you're going to get a situation where everyone suddenly becomes like half your population becomes a criminal. And what do you get with that? Well, you get Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I had a history professor in South Africa that when I was in school, and he was saying to me, it got to a point where things were so bad in England that if you ended up being caught as a criminal stealing a loaf of bread, you might as well have just killed the person, because the punishment was the same.
Yeah.
You were going to the penal colonies. You were going to be farmed out under either what do they call it? Now, indentured servant. You were going to be either indentured by the law to a plantation to the New World, or you were going to be sent to the penal colony in Australia.
Neither one good option. Yeah.
Yeah, neither one was a really good option. Some people really liked the idea of going to the New World because they heard there were better resources down there. Stories coming back from Australia was that the continent was trying to kill you. So if they had a choice, they'd rather go to the New World. They might actually survive that.
Yeah.
The biggest thing was that if you make everybody a criminal, and you don't give representation for things like in DC, to bring it back to what we were talking about.
Right.
If you make everybody a criminal by preventing them to be able to passively defend themselves, by not giving them offensive and defensive capabilities through, say, firearm ownership or other defensive means, if you are going to eventually take your law-abiding, who the laws apply to, and who would actually follow those, and you turn them into criminals, nobody's going to care about the punishment afterwards, because it's all bad.
Yeah.
And that's not tenable.
There's no penalty. There's no fear of the penalty because it's already bad enough.
Right. And that that makes an untenable situation. It makes for a lot of chaos. It makes for a really bad situation where, in the historical terms, you call it a powder keg.
Mhm.
And one wrong move, one wrong phrase, one wrong action, and you have this at odds groups of people
Mhm.
that are being fueled by Don Lemon and you know all these other guys. You're gonna have that problem, and
Well, let me
it.
ask.
I don't want. I don't want to necessarily say it because of YouTube.
I
And
understand where you're
but I
going.
don't like saying, and I don't like self-censoring. So
Uh,
YouTube, you're naughty.
Yeah, YouTube's the worst, and people don't realize how much you've heard me speak in person. You've been around me.
Yeah,
I can't say half the things I like to say, what I would want to say, because the channel would disappear. Let me ask
right.
you this. There's been a lot of people like Tim Pool and others who have said that America is approaching a civil war. At the
Right.
same time, we know that tensions are going up. Addison Sarter mentions it when I spoke with him. We've had many people who've mentioned tensions are rising, even as we get promised by Biden and some of the leadership in the Democratic Party that we're actually unifying the nation. No one believes it. None of the actions seem to be unifying. They seem to be dividing people by political preference. But the powder keg that's building, that everyone can see, is getting more tense when we add in the fact that there's a food shortage that is coming. And as
Right.
far as I can tell, and everyone I've asked, no one else is talking about a plan of any sort, good, bad, indifferent. No one has a plan that they are presenting to the American people about how to deal with that food shortage. I am afraid, and maybe I'm wrong, that we are, and we're seeing this happen in Sri Lanka, Eritrea, and Panama, that they are having riots right now because of it, that governments have toppled because of the food shortage. With America having the powder keg it has right now, I think this could be the trigger. Am I wrong? Is that a fear that you have?
That is a fear that I have. Although I will say this too. I don't think it will be as immediate as soon as it gets really tough. I mean, you're gonna probably see the American individual families try to ride this out for at least a couple of months before things get really, really bad. In the city, you might see some disruption. You'll definitely see ungovernable behavior, but in suburban areas like where I'm at, or you know, outer city limits or things like that, people are going to attempt to try and ride this out and stay as orderly as possible. And I think the reason for that isn't because they want to. I think they want to panic because your self-preservation kicks in, and you're like, I need to make sure that I'm secure. I need to make sure that my food supply is secure. I need to know that I can get the medicines for my children, or my spouse, or myself that will keep me healthy to ride this out. So I think the urge to panic is there. But they're going to try and hold on to order as long as possible because they're fear of reprisals from the government on an individual basis.
There is a lot of fear of that. Yeah. Well, the NEA is putting together, as I showed, they've put it together. And by the way, that list I've mentioned, that the NEA, enemies list that they're putting together with our tax dollars, one thing I didn't mention about that, it's a secret. They didn't publish that publicly. It exists, but they won't let the public see that they are doing this. Actually, Marsha Blackburn is found out about it, and that's how the public knows about it, even though the news media isn't talking about it.
You have, well, but the things are all there. You see Hochul consolidating power in the governance, the seat of governance in Albany. You see the inability to defend yourself. You already have the duty to retreat. You don't have the right to carry because they had their may issue taken away and it was turned to shall issue, and they don't want that.
Right.
Their SAFE Act already limits what you can get a hold of, and firearms not included. I mean, you're talking about anything with these red flag laws. You're talking about anything that is purchased that is deemed a danger in the hands of somebody that knows how to use it as being a arm.
That's everything. That's everything from
Right.
a fork to a baseball bat to
To your fist.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, your fist could be a registered weapon if you know how to use it. And the thing is that they're targeting the tools as opposed to targeting the criminal. And they're turning everybody that would normally be law-abiding into a criminal. When that happens, you have the case for utter chaos. And it sounds very conspiratorial, but if you look at the evidence and you look at everything that's been happening, and you wonder why would you disarm your populace, get rid of the rule of law, not be consistent in its application, and then leave everybody to hang while you're just selectively enforcing what you feel like? What other conclusion can you come to than they believe that these people in authority that are doing all of this feel that they can make themselves safe, and then they'll be the only ones to emerge from the bunker when this is all over?
That's a scary thought.
And nobody's having that discussion. Or you can't have the discussion, because if you start to have that discussion, then people are like shouting you down, or they're saying that's crazy and it could never happen here. Look at Sri Lanka. It just happened.
Look at Panama. It's happening there now. This is
Right.
This is ongoing. This is a real world situation. And we know the world will have 40% less food. It's
Right.
not just one country, it's the world. We're not going to get, the answer by the Biden administration is, well, we'll just get it from someone else because we don't manufacture stuff. The rest of the world does. We're a service.
Who are you going to get it from?
There's nowhere
I mean,
to
that's-
go. Yeah.
There's nowhere to go. And if you're getting more money, like I don't know who approves the foreign land purchases by companies and foreign companies and entities from outside the United States. But if you're approving land purchases from outside foreign entities to take over things that normally would contribute to your own national supply chain, what you're going to find out is that your people, you're basically selling out your own people. They're going to be working for a foreign company. They're not going to see those resources because they're all being shipped out of the country, and they will be left with nothing.
Yeah.
Sugarland Foods, for example, Smithfield,
Yeah.
I believe, is also owned by a Chinese conglomerate. That Chinese conglomerate has several people that are inside the power structure of the Communist Party. They have access to the bacon. You like bacon? You probably won't get any, because what's going to wind up happening is all those pigs that we raise for those companies are going to be slaughtered, and the meat is going to be sent back overseas.
Yeah. Which is what happens now. People don't realize that's what happens now.
It was crazy to me to find out that New York apples end up being shipped to China to be made into applesauce and then shipped back here.
Because we don't manufacture anything. Obama made it clear. We are a service. We do not manufacture anything. And I think it is the biggest danger to national security that everything, the majority of the things we need, someone else makes, in particular, China, and they don't like us.
Right. And it was even apparent to me as a kid. Like I remember watching the CBS Evening News with my dad, and I kept asking him, I'm like, Dad, why is it that the government keeps sending our jobs out of the country? He's like, shush, sound like a Republican. I'm like, well, no, but it didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, Dad, think about it. If you take, say, ammunition production, or you take military components and you have them built overseas. The Germans had this problem during World War II. You read it in history. You have somebody that doesn't like you, and then you wind up having faulty parts. And you can't necessarily tell it's sabotage. It could just be poorly made, but it eventually will break down, or it may not arrive. And I was like, Dad, there's all these things like food and medicine that are leaving the country, vehicles even, like vehicle parts. How are we supposed to get around and move goods from one place to another if we don't have the parts to keep fleets on the road. And he sat there. Oh, this is 1994 now. So that was like Bush,
Yeah.
was it?
Yeah, it
Bush
was.
Senior? And
Senior.
I'm like, and he's like looking at me going, what alien race took you from out of the house and put a brain in you? I'm like, it seemed obvious to me, you know, that this was an issue. I mean, he's a historian himself. So, you know, I grew up learning history for the longest time. You know, both my families ended up serving in World War II. So there was an interest there. You go through it and you look at history, and even though it may not repeat itself, it echoes. And I'm looking at all this, and I'm saying to my son, we've been here before as a people.
Yes, we have. The nation's been through this.
This is like the Weimar Republic.
Yes.
Yeah. Economically, it's like the Weimar Republic, but politically, it's almost like the Maoist revolution or the 1917 revolution and Lenin.
Well, it's kind of like a combination of McCarthyism, because how dare you? You're on a list. How dare you have a political view that's not approved? It's kind of like the socialist revolutions we've seen around the world, where you have to be demonized and punished for not doing what is approved. And it's kind of like Weimar in that we have destroyed our assets. People who don't know what Weimar is, the inflation, this is after World War I, the inflation rate in Germany was so high that in the morning it would take a wheelbarrow full of money to buy a loaf of bread. By the afternoon, you would need 2 wheelbarrows because they were just printing money. It's kind of like the banana republics in the 1980s, where all of South America, the money was worthless. You could paste it on, you could use it as wallpaper because it was about that useful, because they just printed so much of it. And we're doing that right now, which is why part of why the inflation is so high. We keep printing money. And we just added another 1.4 trillion because of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which is meant to put a target on the back of people who don't approve or say things that are not approved of. And the government's going to get paid, the state's going to get paid to put you on a list to take away your rights, which is terrifying.
And as far as the plan is concerned, I personally don't think that we're ever going to see a coherent plan come from any form of government, Republican or Democrat. You look at the midterms, and depending on how those go, that's going to be it's going to be a bellwether because for what comes after. Because if you think about it, already you have distrust in a system based on previous action, right? We're not going to get specific, but I'm just going to say from previous action. And now you have similar actions coming from reportedly the other side of the ideology. So you have the left being accused of doing certain things, and then you have the right being accused of doing certain things. Just recently, what was it, Buck?
Yeah.
And that whole thing. And there were people, because I cruise around Twitter, and I'm on different social media all the time, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm on there 100%. That sounds ridiculous, but you know what I mean. Every so often I sit down and I do research and I go through it, and every day I do like an hour and a half, and I just go through and I think about things. And there was somebody on there that was saying, you see that we would never do something like this. And I said, you have. You talk about projection, but you're projecting your projection. Here's the thing. If you're really that concerned about it, investigate. If a law was broken, get rid of him.
It's just that simple.
It's that simple, and it goes both ways, or it should, but it doesn't. Not in practice, and therein lies the problem. And it comes right down to the American voter holding their representatives accountable, like with this bill, the HR 1808.
Yeah,
I sent a message both publicly and privately through all my social media where I could find them. And I said, no, this needs to be shot down. And yes, the pun is intended. You need to shoot this down because this is unacceptable. This is more of the same of failed policy that will not keep us safe. The only thing that it does is it takes out of the hands of the law-abiding their ability to be the militia, which is a guaranteed right in the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Right, the Bill of Rights. You cannot be doing it. We've tried this.
We did
It's
this
failed.
in 1994. We did this. It didn't work. It didn't.
Right.
We still had mass shootings. We still had school shootings, and the number of them did not decrease. That is a fact. It is a empirical, absolute fact. It never helped anyone.
So the obvious conclusion that you would come to based on those numbers and based on the empirical evidence is that obviously if it had no effect, they were targeting the wrong people.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
So
gun
you
control.
would think that instead of limiting the law abiding, you would deregulate the law abiding, get rid of the NFA entirely, have everybody go through a certain type of training, not be irresponsible with it. And in the training, even if you were worried about people being mentally unstable or you were worried about people if they could either handle the right to bear arms or not, you could even weed people out during a training session.
Mhm. Well,
You could.
you could, but that's not going to happen because
I mean,
it's
and
about power.
you wouldn't have a government regulated even. You could even have a body of like ex-police and ex-vets that would run the certification trainings, right?
Dow,
The
you're
classes
talking
on
about
safety inside the schools.
Dow, you're talking
And then-
about you're taking away power from the government that wants to micromanage our lives. They can't do that.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that in the ideal situation to actually fix the problem,
Yeah.
this is what normal people would probably do. They would have rod and gun clubs. They would have people that would understand the importance of firearm safety, of weapon safety. And they would go through and they would teach their communities. And you would decentralize the whole thing. And that would clean up the problem because then you know the person that you're training, right? You live with them on a daily basis. And if they come to you and they're like, hey, this is really cool, and you start waving it all around, and obviously you're not responding to training, then it's like you get the community together and say, or the parents, and you say, yo, Bob, your kid, I mean, I'm excited about firearms and everything, and yeah, they're great, but he's just not following the safety. Like he's being really weird. You might want to get him looked at,
Yeah.
And then it becomes the responsibility of the parents to take the child and actually see if they need help or not. It gets them involved. Well, that means that you're rebuilding the family. Well, that's not something government wants, obviously. But I mean, that would solve the problem. That would be a plan.
Yeah.
No one's going to do it.
No. Let me do this. I know there's a few people who want to, I believe there's still people who want to make some comments. And I do want to also go on to talk about Saudi Arabia and how that's going to, well, it's not going to help America, that's for sure.
No, it won't. But yeah, I'll let you go. The last thing is, though, if you want a plan, it's what we've been talking about for the last 1.5 to 2 years.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do it on an individual level. Network with people around you. Be circumspect about who you talk to about your preparations. Make sure that you have plans in place in case you need to exit your property or you need to make trades on things. If you have resources or skills that one person needs, see if you can barter them for another. I think Frank was talking about this at the round table.
Yeah.
Right?
He was.
On Liberty First.
Yes.
And it has to come from us. We can't
rely on the government.
The government's not going to do anything for us. They're going to take as much as they can to do everything they can for themselves. And at the end of the day, if we come out on the other side of this and people, don't trust the results of the process, you're going to see our leadership disappear in a bunker, and they're going to see who wins after the smoke clears.
I am afraid that is a very real possibility. But people, and again, people should have this conversation. We need this conversation in America.
And it's not like we're powerless. We
No.
can do something.
We can do
I mean,
lots.
you turn out, you may, even though the process, you may not trust the process far enough where you prepare for the worst, but you ready yourself for the best too. Like you keep the faith in trying to make sure that the process is as accurate as possible, and hope that as far as it goes,
Mhm.
you have the preparations to fall back on if things go sideways.
Exactly.
And that doesn't have to be just for interactions between people. That's also between catastrophes like storms, hurricanes, acts of God, that type of thing. You'll
Applies
need
to
that
it all.
too.
Yeah, it applies to it all.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, and on with the show.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dal, for calling in. So, folks, like Dal, you too can call in and you can share your thoughts about everything. This is a conversation. This is a conversation with you and me. We can talk about everything in the world, from anywhere in the world. And I know we have an international audience. So, yes, we're American focused because I believe in America first. Yes, MAGA, make America great again. I have no problem saying that. I'm ultra MAGA because America is my country. I do want to see it be the best in the world. But you can always call in if you have a different opinion, if you have a different way of looking at things, if you don't agree, or even if you do agree. We're always open to hear all of your comments because we believe you have a right to speak and we want to hear your voice, even though the internet overlords don't really like doing that. With that said, let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Europe, in the Middle East, how that's going to affect energy prices, how that's going to affect your life. This is money that's going to come out of your pocket. It's the energy that you need to heat your home. It's going to be what you need to go and run your business, to get to and from work, to take care of your kids at school. This is important. This is going to affect your life. I do want to segue to the Young Turks. Hello, Shank, or whatever his name is, Shank Cougar. I haven't forgotten about you guys. You attacked me personally. I'm still here. I'm still waiting for your response. I'm not afraid of you. Come onto the program, and I dare you to say the things you said in your cowardly little clip where you denied your audience the ability to link to this program and to actually confront me. I dare you. Cowards. The Young Turks are cowards. Anyway, going forward. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about there, please go to the site. You can see I have a response to the Young Turks. They attacked me personally, as well as the National Firearms Coalition, as well as Brandon Wilkinson and the Liberty First Foundation. If they have balls, they will actually address us, but it seems they don't. That being said, the Iran nuclear deal. We've been talking about a lot of things, but one of the things that's very big, and I mentioned before, is the Iran nuclear deal, which is still being worked on. Joe Biden still wants to give Iran your money. They still want to fund global terrorism with Iran because that's what the Iran nuclear deal does. And as we can see, France is still working on this with the United States. And the United States, France says, we've only got a couple of weeks for this. The United States says, don't worry, we're going to keep doing this until we get it done. This is the intention of the Biden-Harris administration. And you have to be concerned when other nations are saying this deal can't get done, and the Biden-Harris administration saying we're going to keep doing this until it gets done. That they want this so desperately because they need a win, because this is about politics. It's about, just like Obama, they want this in the history books to say, look what we did. And they're hoping that that's going to get them votes in 2022 as well as 2024. The problem is, the trade-off for that is you're going to be less safe. The Iran nuclear deal, which we have discussed in this program for years, has only done one thing. It has made Iran more capable with a nuclear weapon. It has made them more capable of having an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, that will be able to reach America so that Iran can complete their goal of destroying America. That's whether you're a progressive, a Democrat, a conservative, a libertarian, a Republican. If you could be a communist, Democratic Socialist of America, Iran doesn't care. They want you dead. They want you dead because you don't believe what they believe, because you don't have the same religion as them. Maybe because you're LGBTQ. Iran hates that. Maybe it's because you're a woman and you know how to read. Iran hates that. Iran wants you dead. And they are trying to do that. And they have said that all the way through since 2016. They have said consistently, they don't care. They want America dead. And Joe Biden wants to make a deal with Iran for the Iran nuclear deal. Does that make any sense to you? That we're trying to give them the ability to make missiles to kill America because they want to kill America. And he thinks this is going to make us safe by giving them more money for global terror so that Americans vacationing overseas in Europe can be attacked by Iranian terrorists. Does that make sense to you? Because that's what Joe Biden was doing when he went over to Saudi Arabia this week. When he went there, the White House, while he was there, Russia went and visited Iran. While Joe Biden was talking to Saudi Arabia and Israel, Russia was talking with Iran. The very same people the very same Iran that Joe Biden is trying to make a deal with, Russia is making a deal with them. Russia is working with them because Iran is trying to put together submarines and have drones that are going to attack. So does Saudi Arabia. So the enemy of our enemy is working to get, our enemies are working together against us. And Joe Biden thinks the answer is, oh, let me make a deal with one of our enemies. Does that make sense? I mean, it sounds convoluted. It's hard to even work through this, but I'm showing you the evidence. Joe Biden doesn't care that France doesn't think the deal is going to happen. He's going to make this deal happen. The progressives in Congress, they want this deal to happen because they want votes. Meanwhile, Russia and Iran are working together against the interests of the United States because they think Joe Biden is weak, and they're not wrong. And Iran, as I said, if you think, well, no, Joe Biden is a great diplomat and Iran has a lot of respect for him. Coming from France 24, Iran is accusing the United States of provoking Middle East crisis. These are the guys he wants to make a deal with. These are the same people that think he is creating a crisis. These are the people who think that Joe Biden is destroying the Middle East. They think that he is attacking them and he wants to make a deal with them. They are our enemy. They are actively saying they don't trust the United States. And Joe Biden says, don't worry, we'll still make a deal. Whose best interest is this for? Who's going to win? I mean, the rest of the news media isn't putting this. These are the pieces. I'm just showing it to you that we can see the pieces right in front of us. Iran says they do not trust America and they want to destroy America. They are building missiles to destroy America and Israel. That is their purpose. They have said that clearly over and over again for decades. Joe Biden, who can't get a sentence right in a written speech, a man who fumbles when he tries to walk upstairs, this man is telling us, no, but don't worry, they'll make a deal with us. They're our friends. We can trust them. I don't know about you, but let me ask you, do you trust somebody? If someone says, I'm going to stab you in the back, do you say, no problem, let me turn my back, let me give you a hug, I trust you? And they've just said, no, I swear, I'm going to stab you in the back, I want you dead. And would you then say, no problem, I trust you? Let me give you the knife that you want to use to stab me in the back. Would you do that? Because that is exactly what Joe Biden's international policy in the Middle East is about. It is about enabling Iran to be able to stab America and our ally Israel our only ally, Israel, he's going to make it so that they can stab us in the back. Oops, I forgot to take that off. That's what he's looking to do right now. That's what's happening. He went to Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia wouldn't pick up the phone. That is a fact. Saudi Arabia, for months, for about 6 months, has refused to talk to the Biden-Harris administration, period. About oil, about Middle East peace, about the crises in the Middle East. They won't talk to Joe Biden. They don't respect him, period. And Joe Biden, because of politics, because of the midterm elections, he decided he would go to Saudi Arabia because they won't come to him. And he went there to beg. He went there to beg for oil. And he screwed up. He's not getting the oil. The exact answer from the Biden or to the Biden administration, and this comes from, and I'm going to show you NBC News. I want you to see their take on this, okay? This is from NBC News. And I want you to listen to what they're saying here.
Fist bump, now the fallout. President Biden en route home to the U.S. after his...
Okay, so Biden starts off by giving Saudi Arabia, a nation that he has admonished for killing a reporter, a nation that doesn't believe in feminism, doesn't believe in women's rights. This is something that Joe Biden is a proponent of. This is what the progressives want. They believe in feminism. Saudi Arabia doesn't. And he's there with his buddy fist bumping. He went to these guys, hand in hand, tail between his legs, saying, I need oil. And he starts up, so he's making friends with the people that his own party do not like. Okay, let's go on.
His most consequential and controversial foreign visit since taking office. Today, meeting with 9 Arab leaders, reiterating how interwoven America's interests remain to successes in the Middle East.
We will not walk away and leave a vacuum to be filled by China, Russia, or Iran.
And again to a room full of autocrats and monarchs emphasizing the value of human rights and the freedom of dissent.
I've gotten plenty of criticism over the years. It's not fun, but the ability to speak openly and exchange ideas freely is what unlocks innovation.
Okay, so first of all, you hear Joe Biden's voice? Does that sound like a strong leader to you? Does that sound like a strong man to you? Does that sound like someone who has a commanding voice, that he demands attention? Does he sound engaging? Or does he sound old and doddering, barely able to read what's in front of him? And by the way, it's worse than you think, because even when he was saying this, he screwed it up. I want to show you, because NBC is being very kind. Again, it's part of the editing that they are doing, that they are trying to hide what he actually said. That it is the news media, the same news media that says it is okay to bias the news. They left out, and I showed you what NBC is showing, the speech that they are giving you. You know what they left out of that speech? This part, which we see from the New York Times, the New York Post. Biden points to selfishness of American troops because he said, for the first time since 9/11, an American president is visiting the region without American troops being engaged in a combat mission. Okay, he goes on to say, we'll always honor the bravery and selfishness, then he corrects himself, selflessness of and sacrifices of the Americans who served, including his son. Okay, who cares about his son? Because this isn't about his son. America is not about Joe Biden's son. Stop mentioning his son. That's not the motivation. The motivation of America is not your kids, Joe Biden. It's about the American public's kids. And he's screwing up this speech that he could barely utter. I mean, you heard him as I heard him, as NBC was putting out for you, that he's barely able to even read this speech. A speech, he's reading it and he got it wrong. He's reading, you see the page that he is turning there. He is reading the speech and he's saying that American troops are selfish. What message is this sending to the rest of the world? Those leaders who are watching him, do you think they're saying, gee, he's so compelling, or that he is a doddering old man who has no power, who doesn't know what he's doing? He can't even read the speech. Let's go on.
Still, the president is facing fierce bipartisan criticism for treating Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman not as a pariah, but as a partner. Despite saying he rebuked MBS for the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi that U.S. intelligence says the Crown Prince ordered. The Saudi foreign minister tonight disputing President Biden's insistence that during their meeting, he challenged MBS's claim he was not responsible for Khashoggi's brutal killing.
The president mentioned that this was an issue. He mentioned that he took Saudi Arabia's assurances at face value.
So Joe Biden says he's so well respected, he's so good at international policy, that the guys, when he says, I scolded him for killing a reporter, Saudi Arabia took it so serious that they said, no, he didn't say that. It's not true. It's like when Joe Biden went and spoke to Putin. And before he actually met Putin, he was like all fire and brimstone. That man is a killer. He's deadly. And I looked him in the eye and I told him he's a killer. And then a month later, when he actually meets Putin, he's like, oh, he's not that bad a guy. It's not that bad. We can work together. This is what we have with Joe Biden. This is the element. This is the great negotiator, this international policymaker that knows the world so well. He's so good that everyone says he didn't say what he said. He comes and tells America because he knows the bias of the news media. As we see from Pew Research, he knows they're going to cover up everything he says. We're seeing that right now on NBC, that they are covering up his mistakes. They are covering up his weakness. They are covering up the fact that Joe Biden has no respect around the world. And I'm showing you from NBC, and we're looking at the news everywhere else. Why don't they have respect? Because Joe Biden is worried about politics, because he's worried about the 2022 midterm elections, and that is his only concern. Just like Hillary Clinton, when they were speaking to the Federalists, I believe it was, that Hillary Clinton said, the only thing that's important is winning the election. It doesn't matter what you do, just win the election. And that's what Joe Biden's doing. He's trying to win the election. And the news media is covering up for him. They're covering up his mistakes. They are covering up the fact that no one respects him and that he is enabling our enemies to attack and kill us. And I don't want to make this, that is not a figure of speech. We have already seen that terrorists have entered the United States, at least 4 of them that we have caught, that have come into the United States to try and kill a former president. That is a fact. Happened 3 weeks ago. Because our border is wide open. Because there's 250,000 illegal aliens that we caught. God knows how many that we haven't caught that are entering the United States every month because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are leaving our border wide open. And the rest of the world sees, if we can't even control our border, how are we going to deal with the rest of the world? Joe Biden knew by his own admission in December of 2021 that Russia was going to attack Ukraine. And he did nothing to stop it. He waited for it to happen because he thought he'd be able to spin that into some positive. And it's not helped the people of the Ukraine. It has definitely not helped the United States. And Russia is in a better position than they've ever been. Economically, they control food around the world. That's why we have a food shortage. Energy prices are up because of the policies of Joe Biden. And that has led him hat in hand running over to Saudi Arabia because they won't pick up the phone with him. If you think I am wrong, if you think I am misunderstanding this, if you think the evidence points to something else, 607-242-1582, please call in. Tell me how I'm not getting this right. Tell me that this is not the message that the rest of the world is seeing, that they see a lack of leadership, they see a lack of planning, they see a lack of policy, If you think I'm wrong, tell me how am I getting it wrong? Because I don't think I am. I don't think I'm getting it wrong at all. And I think that the news media, Don Lemon, CNN, MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, New York Times, Washington Post, they see it too. It's not like I'm the only one who can see this news. It's not like you're the only one who can see the news and say, this doesn't add up. This is not a strong leader. This isn't in the best interest of the United States, and therefore it's not in the best interest of the world. That this is creating more global disparity, less peace in the world, not more. We're not the only ones to see that. But this channel is honest enough with you to tell you that. This channel is willing to have that conversation with you. NBC, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, they won't. New York Times, they won't. They will hide the truth. Just like they hid the laptop. Just like they lied about Russia collusion for 3 years in a row to your face. Just like USA Today had to remove 23 articles because they were completely fabricated. They were never true. And those stories were about Democrats are great, Republicans are evil. Oh, and we need to fix racism because diversity. That's what those news stories were about that were removed. They were lying to you. And now they want to lie to you and say, Joe Biden did a great job in Saudi Arabia. What did America get? Nothing. We didn't get any more oil. We didn't get any more peace in the Middle East. We got nothing. He went there and begged and got nothing. He just got embarrassed. He just got shown to be a weak man. That should scare us all. That should be bad news for everyone. I want you to hear the end of this piece by NBC. Listen to the rest of this.
The White House tonight insists the visit here was worth it.
How can you advance human rights if you're not willing to actually get on a plane and go somewhere and talk to foreign leaders about...
Wait a minute. Did you notice that flash? Did you notice what they did? This is how bad it is. And at least they were honest about it. I want you to see this. Listen to what he's saying again, okay? I want you to see this whole thing. So the White House says, this is great. Things went perfectly well. Listen to this.
Worth it.
How can you advance human rights if you're...
Stop. Did you see that flash? They edited what he said. This is so bad. This is so weak. This is so useless that the White House representative talking to NBC News, they had to edit what he said. They had to chop it up to make it sound better. That's what that white flash, at least they were honest enough to show us that they cut the clip, that they edited this to make it sound good. So that when you watch it, the loyal NBC viewer, that you as a Democrat are watching this, you're going to think Joe Biden did a great job. No, he didn't. The only way they can make it look like he did a good job is to chop up the information to hide the failure from you. That's what they're doing here. Let's go on.
You're not willing to actually get on a plane and go somewhere and talk to foreign leaders about your concerns.
The president.
So, the only way to do international policy is in person to person. So phones don't work. Video calls don't work. Letters, emails, that don't work. The only way to do the international policy is person to person. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure there's a reason why we have phones. Cell phones, regular landlines. There's a reason why we have email. There's a reason why we have video conferences. You mean to tell me that the only way that Joe Biden could talk about human rights, which he really didn't do, is by going to Saudi Arabia? Okay, why didn't Saudi Arabia come to the United States? We're looking at what NBC News just told you. They want you to think that the only way that Joe Biden could be successful is Joe Biden had to go to Saudi Arabia. Let me ask you, who's the military power in the world? Saudi Arabia or the United States? Who's the bigger nation? Who has a bigger army? Who has a bigger economy? Who's the world leader? The United States. And yet we have to go to Saudi Arabia to tell them something. And you know why we had to go there? Because they wouldn't pick up the phone, because they have no respect for Joe Biden. That's why we had to go to Saudi Arabia. That's why this was a failure from the start. Saudi Arabia won. This entire meeting was a victory for Saudi Arabia the moment that Joe Biden said, I'm going to Saudi Arabia. They won. Because they're the smaller nation with a smaller military, with a smaller economy. And they wouldn't take Joe Biden's call. So Joe Biden went to them. He failed. He failed. And the only way that we can fix America, the only way that we can improve, the way you improve things is by saying, okay, I failed, let's fix it. Yeah, user has been naughty. What do you have to say? I see that I think that's what that emoji means, is that you want to catch my attention. Please tell me, what's up, man? Because I want to hear. Or you can call in, 607-242-1582. The phone is on. But let me ask you, am I wrong? Oh, you're saying hi. Okay. Hey, good to see you, user. We've talked about a lot of stuff today, and I thank you for joining us. But am I wrong? Tina says that Biden has failed at everything he says and does. And so far, in 18 months, that's true. In 18 months, we've seen him fail at international policy, domestic policy, you name it. Energy policy, he failed. He started that failure the second that on the first day, he got rid of the XL pipeline. Well, today we can see that was a big mistake. He cut down on the number of permits. And I'm not talking about permits for the land, permits to be able to make a road to the oil so that we could bring it to America, so that you would be able to have cheaper gas, so that you would have cheaper electricity, so that you would have cheaper everything. He failed. That was his policy that hurt you. That's what Joe Biden did on the first day, within the first hour of being in the White House. That's his executive orders. He crushed you that second. It just took a little while for the prices to catch up. And he isn't fixing it. And his answer to fix it isn't to rely on America. It's to go begging for another country. It's kind of like his answer about baby food formula. The answer wasn't make more baby food formula in America. It was go and beg and ask some other country to make it for us. That's a problem. Because he believes in the Obama viewpoint, the socialist viewpoint, the democratic socialist viewpoint, that America is a bad country and so we should do stuff with other countries. We should be a service economy and we have to rely on other people. User has been banned says, why would the Saudis or anyone talk to Joe Biden? It's so obvious the guy isn't all there. Never mind the fact that everyone knows he's corrupt and lives in the past. Yeah, and that's a problem that he is corrupt. We have that, and God knows why he isn't being investigated for the corruption in his family that directly ties to him. Tina says, it's all purposeful. It's all part of the one world order. I believe he is doing what he is ordered, and he is an idiot, but it's all purposeful. Well, as I just showed you, I don't think that Joe Biden, when he was 50, 60 years old, he wasn't an idiot. He wasn't articulate. He was definitely not sensitive. He was an insensitive man, but he wasn't an idiot. But now he can't, as I just showed you, he can't read a speech that is written for him without screwing it up and making America look bad. That's a problem. That does not promote trust in our allies, nor does it make new allies. And as user has said, this is a problem because no one wants to talk to him. He has to go to them. That's not a position of power. Think about in your own life. Do people come to, does your boss come to you, or do you go to your boss when you want to ask for a raise? If your boss is coming to you to ask you about a raise, you're the one in charge. You're the one who's got the decision to make. When you're going to your boss and asking your boss for a raise, your boss has the power. This is basic. Everyone in America can understand that. Now, replace your boss with Saudi Arabia. Replace you with Joe Biden. If Saudi Arabia is coming to the United States to make a deal about oil or the Middle East peace, guess what? Then America's in charge. If Joe Biden is going to Saudi Arabia for those same reasons, Saudi Arabia is in charge. Joe Biden is weak. He's a failure. And I'm not just saying that because he's a Democrat. I'm saying that because he has failed America. And the only way to fix this is to point out the problem and then fix the problem. Now, I think Democrats are going to try and put their fix in there, which is going to be the 25th Amendment. And we're going to have, God help us, Kamala Harris. I don't care how her name is pronounced. I really don't. Kamala Harris in January of 2023 is going to be in the White House. She's going to be the chief. They're going to break the glass ceiling and they're going to get a woman into the White House because that was the plan all along. Joe Biden didn't matter. He was a placeholder. And as you can see, he is a placeholder. He doesn't even know where to sit unless they give him a cheat sheet that says, you sit there. This is a problem. Yes, and Joe Biden has always been a plagiarist. That's true. Which means he could work for NBC or the New York Times or USA Today. He'd fit in perfectly there because they plagiarize stuff all the time. They make up their news stories. Again, I've shown you the evidence of that. That's not me just guessing. They've admitted it. So I think he hasn't failed on purpose. He is a failure, and he is failing in front of America. Yes, it is a joke. User Ben is mentioning that he had a cheat sheet that says, you, Joe Biden, go into the room. You, Joe Biden, sit in Joe Biden's seat. That he had to have that on a card to tell him where to go, who to talk to, what to say, where he's supposed to sit down. Is this supposed to make other world leaders? Did Saudi Arabia, was everyone sitting in that meeting in Saudi Arabia, all the Arab leaders? Do you think that while he's reading this speech and getting it wrong, that at that moment they instantly went and said, I wonder if he has a page that says, you sit here. Do you think that instills confidence in anyone? No wonder the world is getting more hectic. And we need to be honest about it. We need to be absolutely honest about this because you're not going to get better leaders if you can't be honest about what the problem is. Same thing with gun control. If we're not being honest that the problem is that someone has decided to kill innocent civilians, individuals, then we can't fix the problem, and we haven't. HR 1808. This is a gun ban. It didn't work the first time. Why are we doing it again? It never worked. Identify the problem. It didn't work the first time. It's not because they didn't have enough guns on the list. It's because the criminals didn't care. Period. Why do you think the criminals are going to care now? If you say it's illegal for them, we have seen how many of these mass shooters, Buffalo, Uvalde, so many others, where we've seen it's illegal for them to have a handgun. And they did it anyway. Telling me that you're going to ban the guns, that's not going to stop them. They're breaking the law. They're committing murder. It's against the law to commit murder. Whether it's a hate crime or not, doesn't matter. They are committing murder. Do you think they care about the laws? So why are they putting out more laws that affect me someone who has never committed a mass shooting, that never will commit a mass shooting, why do I get punished? Why do you get punished for something that the criminals don't care about? That doesn't stop them. It doesn't make you safer. Why is it that we're getting punished, that the United States government knows there is a global food shortage? I can name at least 3 nations at this second that is rioting. I can name at least 1 country. So there's Eritrea, there's Sri Lanka, there's Panama that are rioting right now because of food shortages. In Sri Lanka, the government got toppled because the food shortage and the energy prices and the international inflation is so high, and it's going higher. And our government doesn't have a plan? And I'm supposed to feel confident because it's Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? I'm supposed to feel confident because Kamala Harris will take over for Joe Biden, and she's black and a woman. Well, excuse me. She's a person of color and a woman. And that's supposed to answer the question. Now I can feel confident. Okay, the answer to the food shortage, energy prices, inflation, the answer is Kamala's going to take charge in January. And she's a woman of color, and she's a woman. Don't you feel more confident now? Didn't that answer all your problems? Isn't the answer the checkbox? Here's a checkbox for her. She's a progressive, she's a woman, and she's a woman of color. That answers inflation, energy needs, and food. It's all answered right there. Because that's what we're being offered by the Democratic Party. That's what we're being offered by the Democratic Socialists of America and the progressives. Their answer is diversity. That's the answer, diversity. Diversity will fix the energy price. You have to pay how much? $6, $5.50, $7 for gas in the United States? Will diversity fix that? Because that's what the Democrats are offering you. You're worried about if you live in New York City, St. Louis, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, LA, Portland, Seattle, Austin, Boulder. Crime is up through the roof. Diversity will fix that. Do you feel safe now? Diversity. It fixes that. Do you feel safe? No more crime because it's diversity. That's the answer. You feel better? Think about it. The answer to everything that we are being offered right now is diversity. Diversity answers everything. And if you don't agree, you must be a racist. Does that make you feel safe? Is that giving you more money in your pocket? Is that paying your bills? Is that putting more food on your plate? Because I think the honest answer in America is no, not even close. Because diversity isn't the problem in America. It has never been the problem in America. Well, let's be honest. Since at least 1960, the problem in America isn't diversity. The problem in America are many things. Diversity ain't one of them. Not in 2022. But progressives rely on us thinking, well, America is exactly the same, just like when I was having my conversation with Addison Sarter in the progressive movement, the BLM movement. They want you to think that America in 2022 is exactly the same as America in 1930. I'm sorry, that's not true. It's not even close to true. It's not honest. It's a deception. It's a lie. It's meant to use emotions. The emotions of people thinking about the 1930s when women could barely vote, when blacks were being subjugated by Jim Crow laws, when we had divisions in this nation. They want you to have that emotion. That's not the reality today. Not in any way, shape, or form. And Joe Biden going over to Saudi Arabia is an example. That didn't help diversity. It didn't help the LGBTQ. It didn't make more world peace. All it showed is that Joe Biden is weak. He can't even read a script that's put in front of him, and nobody respects him. He didn't get more respect. China isn't listening to that speech, listening to that clip from NBC News and saying, wow, Joe Biden's so impressive. We have to pay attention to him. We can't go into Taiwan because Joe Biden is such a great leader when he can't read a script. Am I wrong? Because if you think I'm wrong, 607-242-1582. Call in. Tell me why I'm wrong. I will listen to every word you have to say. I'm more than happy to hear anything you have to say about it. If you think any part of what I'm saying is wrong, if any of the evidence I am providing to you from the left, this isn't from Fox News, this isn't from OAN, this isn't from a right-leaning source. I use almost entirely left-leaning sources. Tell me, am I misunderstanding what's there? You know what? This isn't done with NBC. I want you to hear the rest of this. Let's listen to this a little bit more.
Returns home touting a Saudi commitment to pump more oil to relieve high gas prices in the U.S.
They didn't make a commitment to pump more oil. He misworded that. That's not true. That's not what Saudi Arabia said. They didn't say they were going to pump more oil. And they didn't say what price they were going to sell that at. By the way, this is the same problem. Probably wouldn't be as big, except Joe Biden is giving our oil to China. He's taking our emergency oil, our strategic reserve, and he is giving it to China. So that tells you he's making the problem worse. The oil that we do have, he's not using for Americans. So even if Saudi Arabia makes more oil available, are you confident that Joe Biden is actually going to use it for America? Or do you think he's going to give it away to China? Because he already did. Which one do you think is more likely? Let's go on to hear what this says.
But it remains unclear when Americans will see that relief, with OPEC not set to meet again until next month.
So Joe Biden's there. Oh, let's hear what. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. And may I ask, what's your first name?
This is Jason.
Hey, Jason. How you doing, man?
Not too bad.
So, go ahead.
You were talking about the oil situation. The Saudis and kind of what he was doing and the plan. And the thing is that the market's going through a phase right now where it looks like we're actually after this quarter, when the results come out, they're going to show that we're going to have low GDP. That basically means that we'll be in a recession.
Officially in a recession, which I have been calling since January, and it's stagflation. But go on.
Yeah, we'll be officially in a recession.
Mm-hmm.
And so, once those results, come out, and then, everybody will be like, oh, no kidding. But the thing is that one of the signs you can kind of see is that you see certain parts of the, industry kind of just being, starting to be cut back. Like oil prices actually, on the market have been falling. Basically, pretty much one of the signs and indicators of, recession, along with metals as well, too. Like one of the, what is it, copper? I mean, copper is just completely falling apart. And these are all, pretty much signs, because obviously when the market goes, crap where industry stops, these supplies, you just, what happens is they just don't get bedded up, because everybody's like, well, there's not going to be demand for it, so I want to put my money somewhere else. And that's one of the big things. And I think that when Biden goes over there with this timing, what he's doing, I think he's timing the market in a way, especially with things starting to catch up. Like we're going to start seeing, prices catch up at the pump, where, there's going to be, a few cents, start to fall off as we go. But the thing is the narrative will be, that the Biden administration will be pushing, hey, look, you know what, and we're finally getting control over gas prices. Meanwhile, the numbers at the same time will be, hey, guess what, we're in a recession, so we're going to see.
No, I want to be very clear about that. The reason why the price of oil is going down, because people aren't able to drive, because businesses are closing, because people are being fired, because the economy is shutting down and going into recession, which is what happens in a recession. It's not because things are better. It's because you can't actually do more. Go on.
I mean, it's the market pretty much collapsing, and we've already seen signs of this. And as we were, I've said in weeks prior, is that
the segments of the population that are really getting hit hard are the poorest.
Of course.
Yeah, the lower middle class and the poor. I mean, they can't drive anywhere, and they've stopped doing certain things. You already see people cutting back, on their outings and stuff. Going to even I think within the next month or so we're going to start to see too is that restaurants and different places are really going to start to be heard. And I know that even they're talking about like places like Starbucks, they're probably going to start cutting back and getting rid of customers because people are now not buying their $5-6 coffees anymore to to save money. So and so those people there are going to end up losing their jobs as well too. So the thing is that even though the Federal Reserve, as far as them tackling inflation through the adjustments of the inflation rate, just the simple fact is the inflation itself is going to destroy certain segments of the economy. Problem is though is that there's still going to be certain segments running too hot where it's going to put the Fed in a situation where they're going to be forced to basically raise interest rates at really kind of the worst time. So instead of doing it last year, as they should have been doing, they waited until now it's probably going to be and it's gonna cause more job losses at a time where the job market is going to be far more vulnerable than obviously it would have been a year ago.
The Fed reacted way too late and way too soft to protect the Biden-Harris administration, and we are paying the price economically for that, which is why we're seeing an extension of the time for the recession. I agree with you. Now, here's a question. Are you prepared for that? Because while we're seeing some oil prices go down at the moment, that means because less people have money. Are you ready? Because when the winter starts, the prices jump every year, always, because it's winter, it's cold. Are you ready for that?
Well, personally, I mean,
personally.
Well, I mean, it's not a matter of being prepared. I mean, it's just like, hey, either you got the money or don't. And that's the bottom line. Are you prepared to pay twice as much and everything? I have my own business and I'm dealing with supply chain problems right now. I'm looking at just regular, product that I utilize and sell has gone up. I would say over right now, actually, probably about 35% to 40%, which is just astronomical. And I'm having a hard time just basically adjusting, pricing, to actually go, with the market or to basically, deal with customers, and that's a whole new thing that, I've never dealt with. I mean, I've been doing this, I've been doing for like 20 years and I've never, had to, really, I mean, one of the crazy things about the way economies always worked is, especially when it comes to, selling any sort of retail type product is that, everything's actually been always, in a deflationary, way from the fact that there's always been, cheap foreign labor, and then plus two is that the modernization of technology basically been able to mass produce things with far less labor and lowering the cost. And so now we're actually in a point where I mean this is just totally throwing everything off. I mean, so that's where I stand. And as far as energy costs and everything all utility costs, I mean, yes, anything that costs more is really, it's terrible. And the worst thing is it's just the arrogance from, the Biden administration and just their lack of understanding exactly what people are dealing with. And it's just like they're always, giving these freaking stupid suggestions, well, this is what you should do, to run your life properly. And it's just like, really,
Well, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you don't think eating more bugs is going to be good for your life? I mean, it's lots of protein. That's what they say.
Well, I personally, honestly, don't know what that would do, for me if eating bugs would be a healthier
Do you want to eat
living.
bugs?
Well, it's a matter of wanting, I mean.
No, it's a matter of wanting. Do you want to do that?
See, that's the thing, though, is that their argument is that, no, bugs taste like shit, but you should eat it anyway because they're good for you and they're better for you than the steak that you like to eat, or if better than the chicken that you like to eat, or better than the eggs that you like to eat. It's not only it's better for you and your health, but it's also better for the environment. So they're basically shoving that down your throat on that sort of. Meanwhile, they're the ones who get to eat cake. So.
Well, you saw Nancy Pelosi has an entire refrigerator dedicated to ice cream.
Yeah,
but you need to eat bugs. Don't worry about her ice cream. You need to eat bugs, and they want you and your kids to eat bugs. How do you feel about that?
Well, it pisses you off. And speaking of Nancy Pelosi, of all people, really just drives me nuts. Because not only, here we're talking about a situation, with our market, and you're always talking about how the United States has to start producing and to doing more in our industry, right? Well, the thing is that the U.S. government now is, I think, putting up I think it's $55 billion towards funding, or supposed to put a package out within the House for increasing manufacturing of semiconductors within the United States. Well, semiconductors, are made for all sorts of chips. Well, who makes a lot of chips? NVIDIA. Well, guess who's
Taiwan.
Yeah, they're made in Taiwan, but what I was going to say is NVIDIA is the corporation that actually does manufacturing with the chips, which can actually needs the semiconductors. So, that being funded by the government basically spikes. So anyway, bottom line is that their stock ended up spiking, massively because of it. The thing is guess who, the day before that announcement ended up, purchasing, I think it was over 50,000 shares for about $5 million worth of NVIDIA stock. Nancy Pelosi's husband.
No, wait a minute. Are you telling me that Nancy Pelosi, the same woman who owns $250,000 of wind energy stock and is promoting wind energy, renewable energy in the United States, that she would do something like that to take advantage of the market and legislation she's putting out? You're kidding me. She would never do that.
That's amazing. And then meanwhile, them and their cronies, they decide that they're going to have, their appointed, thug, Janet Yellen wants to basically now, probe your pocket, see what happens with every single $600 transaction going between, each other now. I mean, it's just amazing, So she can do whatever she wants with the insider trading, but us, we can't even actually, pass each other, $600 without everybody going, hey, what's going on with that money there?
Jason, are you saying that the 86,000 IRS agents hired by the Biden-Harris administration to look into every single financial transaction that every American makes on PayPal, on Venmo, on Cash App, they have access to your credit card, to your bank account, to see every dollar that you get so that they can make sure they're getting every tax dollar that they can, that same IRS isn't going to be looking at members of Congress to see about their transactions? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that they want to spend, billions of dollars funding people to look at $600 transactions rather than basically having one person, take a look at a $5 billion transaction done with our own, House member there, Nancy Pelosi. So, I mean, they want to look at, where their money's going, what tax revenue is being lost between these politicians. It's
corrupt.
It's so corrupt, And the thing is that they're always, they're the ones who are coming down on capitalism. They're the ones that are saying how bad capitalism is. It's not capitalism that is a problem. Damn cronyism, that they're the ones who are pushing. They're the ones who are.
Wait a minute, Jason. Are you saying that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, when she's out talking about how we need to have a higher minimum wage, when she's out there saying that you need to buy an electric car, and she owns a $80,000 electric car, gets paid $175,000 plus, she doesn't pay taxes on it, and lives in a $15,000 a month apartment that has security, when Cori Bush has $70,000 of private security, when what's her name in Georgia, Stacey Abrams spends $800,000 on security. You mean to tell me that they are living different lives than the rest of us and that we don't get to have the same benefits they get?
Yeah, not only saying that though is that if you have conversations about that, probably even on your show here, they'll ban you for misinformation.
No, what
for
happens is that the Young Turks does a video on me attacking me personally. And there's a video of this. I had a response on it. They attacked me personally and were too cowardly to actually link to the original video that I did and let people know what actually I said and did. And then said they want to make personal attacks. That's what they do. They make personal attacks to try and silence you. And that pisses me off a lot.
Yeah, I mean, them even remotely making themselves look like they're looking out for the little guys, such a joke. I mean, they're just covering for the elite class, the Democrat Party, and AOC is one of them. I mean, she continues, I mean, look at even the comparison, she goes and starts, pointing at, was it Marjorie Taylor Greene and any sort of stock transactions that she made. I think what it was is that I even noticed what it was before, right around the time that Russia was invading Ukraine. Marjorie Taylor Greene ended up investing, I believe it was in it might have been Lockheed Martin, one of the big the military stocks. But the bottom line is that was kind of a brainless type thing. Everybody saw the writing on the wall, and you could have definitely got in front of the curb, because I remember the purchase time that she even bought it was like after the fact, if she was late on the purchase. And meanwhile, like I said, you've had multiple times where you've seen Nancy Pelosi, make moves in the market where only way that she would be able to make those moves if she had insider information. I remember, what was it, three weekends ago, right before, actually it was before this CPI that came out, was the prior CPI, because that came out high. She ended up no, it wasn't the CPI. It was the Fed meeting, because what happened was the info came out that they were not going to be raising rates as high as they had previously stated. And so what happened was you saw that Nancy Pelosi ended up buying massive stocks in Microsoft and Apple, and the following day you had probably about 7%, maybe 8% gains in both of those stocks. And I think they again took probably about I think it was about $15 million worth of stocks they invested in. So I don't know, you do the math, about 8-9% gain.
They're corrupt.
On that sort of money.
The answer is they're corrupt, and they're doing corrupt shit. That's just the simple way of playing it. They manipulate the markets, and they don't hold themselves accountable. And that's a problem. And I'm upset about that. But it's so upsetting to see that, the honesty, on this channel in January, we were talking about the fact that the inflation was going up. We talked about the economy being wrecked. These guys aren't worried about the economy because it doesn't affect them. I truly believe that. Do you believe that they are in touch with you about what's going on in your life? Or do you think that they're talking about, I don't even know, that they're completely disconnected? When Joe Biden speaks, does he make you feel like he's connected to the average American's life at all?
I don't even know if he's connected to himself, honestly. Quite frankly, it's just like there's nothing. Everything's missing. I know you spent a lot of time talking about his ability and the way that we stand with the rest of the world, but it's honestly, it's such old news. I've been watching this guy. It's a train wreck that just continues to, I don't know. They just keep putting him back on the track so he can run off again.
It's not old news because he is in charge of the White House.
Yeah. It is, yeah. I don't know. You look at it and you just get frustrated. I don't know. At this point, like I said, it's one of those things that when they put him in position, it's like it's always those things you just can't pick on. It's not funny to pick on somebody with a disability.
I'm not picking on him because he's got a disability.
No, what I'm saying is that they put him in that position. So basically, it gave him cover.
Yeah, it makes it impossible. Well, it's funny because they want to protect him by saying, well, you can't pick on him because he's old and he's doddering. But at the same time, they want you to believe that he's a powerful leader who can take criticism. You can't have both. It's one or the other.
Yeah, well, the media basically covers both ways, you know. You have one article saying one thing, you have another article saying another, and it's just like I don't know. And they really are all over the place on what to do. Because one time they're saying, oh, they're fully supporting behind him, and then another article that's like, okay, everyone wants to get rid of him, you know. And that comes down with some of the polling that you were mentioning before, showing that, hey,
Yeah.
well, look at, you know, everybody wants him to not run, but if he does run, everybody's going to vote for him. I'm like,
Which
yeah,
makes some
that's-
sense. But you know what I
yeah.
think that is? I think that's, like I showed earlier from July 13th, the Pew Research, that 55% of the journalists out there are not giving honest answers. They are lying to the public, that they are putting out biased information. And that's why you get this conflict, I think. It's because we have 55% of NBC, New York Times, probably higher in all these companies, CNN, that they are more than happy to shill for a political agenda. And then you get anyone else who isn't doing exactly the same thing, even a little bit, and they come out and go, well, that's not exactly correct. Here's some other evidence. And then it goes, well, this conflicts. What's going on? And I have to think, do you trust the news media? Do you trust the Biden administration?
I mean, no, I mean, I don't. I mean, the question is that, you know, those people who actually listen to them, what do they actually think, you know? I mean, that's an interesting point too, though, is just that looking from a perspective of somebody who does trust those or had trusted those or who listened to them during the Trump presidency, you know? And now it's just like, okay, now I think that you got to ask the question, do these people value, you know, valuable information, you know, that, you know, is telling them the truth and not just basically making, you know, Biden and the Democrats look good? Because it's like, if you're hurting, you know, financially and you have all these different problems, I mean, you want answers to these things. And, you know, if they don't give you the answers, then you're going to go somewhere else. You would think, you know?
You would think.
Well, to some degree they have. I mean, look at it. I guess one of the things you were mentioning before is how many Democrats actually changed over party, you know, because of you know, the Biden administration, you know. So
1 million.
yeah, I mean, that's a pretty significant move, you know, when you think about it. So there are some positive changes, you know. I just hope that I hope that people are able to get educated enough and, you know, understanding, you know, the economic, you know, position that we're in. Because one thing too is kind of almost worries me too, is that, you know,
I'm with you. Sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that worries me is that, like, for example, is just that if Republicans are constantly, you know, saying, okay, the Biden administration's anti-energy, anti-this and anti-that, and then all of a sudden wintertime does come, right? And we are in a massive recession, and that basically, you know, guts, you know, the entire energy talk, because, you know, during a recession and when it would be a kill demand, you know, of energy, and then so prices be, you know, considerably low. Meanwhile, everybody was talking about how high it was and how hard it is, and then the Biden administration and Dems will basically say, well, yeah, you know, you were full of crap, you know, you didn't know what you were talking about. Meanwhile, like I said, it's because of the fact that the Biden administration's economic policies, you know, put us into recession is the reason why energy, you know, prices ended up going down. Not because of the good reason, you know, that you increase supply, and, you know, you have a strong economy that's actually, you know, providing you the goods. You know what I mean? So, and that I think that sort of problem, I think you're gonna have that communication problem happening in the future, because I think that certain segments of our economy where prices are inflated, there will be, you know, some collapsing, you know, in certain areas, in certain segments, you know. And there has been, and like right now, like I said, is Walmart and Target, you're going to see them unloading things pretty soon that are going to be actually on discount, lower price than you'd expect, because you think everything's inflationary. But the thing is, they have more product than they actually are going to, you know, they can get rid of.
That's always part of stagflation, is the fact that when you lose demand, you have to lower your price. It's just part of it, and they have too much too much out there, so they have to. So, I mean, it's not, obviously, it's not positive, or rather, if you are following the economy, you'll see that. But most people do not follow the economy. They don't follow the math. People hate math. They're just going to go by the headlines, and they'll say, oh, it's on sale, so things must be good. I mean, we've been told. We've been told by the press secretary for Biden that everything's great. You just don't understand. You're just too dumb to understand the economy, that everything is great. Let me ask. It's real simple. Do you feel like everything is great in the economy? It's that easy.
Yeah. So that's what all they're going to do. They're going to ask you that question. Well, the thing is, it depends on who's saying it. You know, I mean, it's going to be very confusing, because the thing is that
I don't think so.
I think for everybody, the bottom line is that, look, if people are broke and they start losing their jobs, and then you still have inflated prices like food, the food is not going to go well. Food's tricky too, you know. I mean, see, this is another thing as well, is I've noticed that some of the commodity prices, like in wheat and corn, have gone down. There was actually a huge
Yeah,
harvest.
but the average person doesn't pay attention to that.
I know they don't. That's the problem, though. What I'm saying is that you're going to see, you know, food prices potentially in certain segments actually go down, depending on what the items are as well, too. And then, not to mention the fact is, we don't know the pending situation when it comes to the bird flu. You know, and how, if that's going to be under control.
No, it's not under control. It's been going on for over a year. It's around the world. It's in 35 states in the United States. We've lost 30 million chickens, ducks, and turkeys. That isn't over. We're getting some of those back, but we are below the normal numbers. The only reason why, and just as we were talking to earlier, we were talking to Jesse, and he was mentioning some of the chicken that he was trying to buy is up 70%. 70%, not 9, 70. I think that's pretty common for most people.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I go to Walmart, you know, I mean, when I go, and if you just get the regular chicken breast, I mean, it was, last year was selling for, you know, $2 a pound. Now it's up to $3, you know, maybe, I think about $3, you know, so
That's
I mean,
a 50% increase.
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, it's definitely, it's a very significant increase, you know. I mean, so you go in there, you're used to paying, you know, for a family pack, you know, before you're paying like, you know, $10. Now you're paying, you know, about 17 or so. I mean, that's significant, you know, amount of money. So, I mean, I think most people are going to look at that and go, okay. And, you know, like, they're like, oh, is this going to be sustainable? And the question is how much is that from, you know, the inflation in the system, or how much is that from the bird, you know, flu situation that's killing everything? So, yeah, both coming together. So I don't know. Like I said, I know that there's definitely, I mean, there's the problem is that I know for a fact, those the way that has to be argued, you know, to people, has to be very clear, because the problem is, like I said, if certain things are discounted in prices, you know, and you're starting to see certain segments fall apart with inflationary, then all of a sudden you're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna be hurting, and then what's gonna happen is Democrats are gonna push like hell to throw another stimulus out there. You know, I mean, you're seeing this happen.
But that's part of what got us into this problem. And their answer is always throw money at it. This isn't a problem that money can resolve. And that's something very important for everyone to understand. You can't resolve that, especially like the food shortage. You can't resolve that by throwing money at it. There's just not enough food. And if our food is coming from overseas, we can't control whether or not they sell it to us. Doesn't matter if the price goes up or down, or if they put out a new stimulus. It won't matter.
Yeah. Well, and it depends on what it is too, because thing is that you do have the market, you know, on commodities, and basically, again, like things like wheat. I mean, it goes a lot of times.
No one looks at the commodity prices.
Yeah, but they don't understand it though, because the bottom line is that, for example, India, they had massive droughts in their country, and they're hoarding all of the you know, product that they're producing in their country, so it'll never go to the open market. It will just stay within their country.
Which
and that
is my point.
It has an effect on the entire, you know,
which
world market.
adds to the shortage of food around the world.
Yeah.
That's my point. And we're relying on them selling it to us, and they won't. That's why it's going to be so bad.
I mean, or just putting it out on the market. I mean, the bottom line is that the thing is that I think, like, for example, if we actually just shut off the entire world, you know, ourselves, we'd be self-sufficient. But the fact that we are actually dumping it onto the market actually increases our price. You know,
You mean
and
like when
that's
Joe Biden decided to sell our oil to China?
right. So we dump it on the market rather than keep it for ourselves, because that would, if we threw it into our own market, that would actually lower our price. But he pretty much sold it to China, which is technically kind of like the open market, because China's got to go to the open market, or they go to the back door right now for Russia. Who
Not
knows?
really. It's a direct sale, and more importantly, I don't care the means that by which he did it. He sold our oil to China. He didn't give it to Americans. He didn't even give it to our allies. He gave our oil to our enemy at a time when we have a need. That's insane.
Well, I mean, I think the worst thing about it, and I hate, like I've mentioned this before, where I hate the fact of the reserves being touched for anything except for massive disaster. You know, they shouldn't be touched ever. You know, just to lower prices down.
Technically, that's
5 cents.
yeah.
It's not worth it, because I mean, it's used, in really honestly for our military at the last second, saying, okay, we got to pull it out to defend ourselves. But yeah, but like you were saying though, I mean, what did he do? He goes, he takes out, leaves us defenseless by giving our enemy, who now, has a military, position to really, hammer us. And it's like, okay, what are you doing? You're putting us in a more vulnerable position right now. But I mean, look, the bottom line is that those reserves are going to have to be refilled. The question is that where will the price be when he actually has to refill it? Will he get lucky and prices be down? Will we be in a recession? Hey, look,
we can't afford to go to the market and fill up our reserves. We can't.
It's true. Well, I mean, look at it. If he manages, to put our country into a depression, prior to that, then he can get, I guess, the oil prices pretty cheap, because
because we won't have the money. We'll be in a depression.
Well, that's the thing, is that they can always continue to print more money out,
which would make the depression even worse.
Yes, it will.
So you can't do it.
Well,
if they're smart, if they're they can't. It would destroy the economy. It would create a banana republic if you do that. And I want people to understand, if they decide to either give out a stimulus or they decide to go and try and buy oil because the world's in a depression, they will destroy the value of the American dollar, crushing it. That is how you create the Weimar Republic. That is how you create banana republic inflation. It is destructive to a nation.
Yeah, and see, that's another problem right now too, though, is that you've got every other European country basically leading the way to the bottom. And so,
yeah, but I don't care about them at the moment. They're going to follow us. They're reacting to us. The reason why
they're not following. They're actually, the thing is that we may react first, but they're actually heading, to the ground
that's
first.
That's because they have weaker economies. Their economies are weaker than ours, so they're going to have an outsized. While we have a problem, their problem is going to be worse.
Right. So the thing is, though, is that right now our dollar is actually really strong compared to other markets. So that is, where we stand. The thing is, too, is that it gives the government a little more. It makes them more emboldened, to actually make stupid, choices with the money. I mean, if the dollar started losing value, then they'd be like, oh, no.
But it is losing value.
No,
it is. Not. Yeah, it is. There is $125 million worth, trillion dollars of unfunded liabilities. We have $31 trillion in debt. Every time they spend a couple extra $1 trillion, your dollar is worth less than what it was before that. We are losing value.
Yeah, I mean, in the long haul, I mean, I'm looking at short term, market. Looks on it. For example,
that's an entirely different thing, and trust me, no one follows the markets like that.
Yeah, but it makes a massive difference when it comes to.
But no one talks about it because no one understands it. You're talking about that's economic. That's more of an economic discussion that no one pays attention. The American people don't pay attention to that. They don't care about numbers. You're talking about numbers that no one follows.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, it's an important thing. That's the problem too. Like I said, it's an important thing to understand, because that's one of the problems with when the same thing when you say the debt. It's like, okay, great, we're already oh, we're over 20, trillion dollars, 22, 24, 25. It doesn't even matter. Nobody even cares. What do we have to trillion what? It's just like the problem is that everybody actually starting to believe that the modern, modern economic, policy where you can basically just continue to print, money, possibly can actually work because,
Well, that's why everyone likes Andrew Yang and why they like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, because they believe in that monetary policy that says you can just print money forever because no one will ask for it, which is stupid because someone will. And the problem is all you need is one person to say, well, pay me. And the whole thing, it's a Ponzi scheme. It falls apart.
No, absolutely Ponzi scheme. I mean, the worst thing is though too is just that I don't think people understand though is that part of the problem with our inflation, this could run into a problem. This could be part of the, depending, like I said, there's multiple factors that go into this, so I'm not 100% sure how it works now because the bottom line is that back in the 70s, we had a far different, world economy than we have today. There was not as much, diversity, as far as the economy. And so a lot more stuff was actually still manufactured and dealt with within the United States than first today. But the bottom line is that, them, with the fact that they can't, if we start to get further runaway inflation and they cannot increase the interest rates aggressively as they want, like people are saying, oh, they should probably get all the way up to like 10% or something. I'm like,
12.
that's impossible because the bottom line is that the our debt, the multi-trillion-dollar debt, once the interest payments on that start to, creep up, that will be the demise of,
You can't
our
stop
country.
that. You can't stop that. The actual average inflation, interest rates in the world, in the United States, since going back to from the 1900s to 2000 is 4.5%. That's where our interest rates should be normal. That's normal. That's the baseline. Is 4.5%. When we're under that, we are burning money. When we're over that, well, then that's inflationary. That retards the economy. 4.5 is where our number should be. At 4.5, the amount of debt that we build up is insane. But we have to get there because that's actually good for the economy. We're in a bad position.
And that's the question, though. Is just that, is our national debt so heavy right now that inflation rate, of a couple points, going to be, what basically breaks the camel back,
Yes, but that's again, we've been deep in economics.
Yeah, I know.
Let me bring this back. I want to talk about Ray Epps a little bit. But I know some people do follow the economy, do follow some aspects of it. So I think they were finding it interesting. But I also want to talk about Ray Epps. Was there anything else you want to talk about before I switch subjects?
No.
All right. No, I find it interesting. I don't necessarily disagree with you. It's just, it's a very deep conversation going into a whole lot of factors.
Yeah, it is. And like I said, I just, I think that one of the things that kind of frustrates me sometimes is that, there's such a, offhanded way to simplify things, especially for political purposes. I mean, if you can have talking points, you're no sound bites allowed, and so you want to try to get into long conversations about things. But unfortunately, even, this show is limited, with what the audience can, handle, when it comes to economics. But the problem is that if you do, just the talking points, if you do put those things out, like, and what politicians have to do, they just want to, nail on the talking points. The bottom line is that once your predictions basically fall flat, then, you lose complete credibility when it comes to, economic policies, in the future. So unfortunately, people have to become educated at some point, Politicians
I want them
have to be
to.
honest.
I want them to, but until they do, we're going to see these games with our economy.
Yeah.
So, but I do thank you for that. I think that was important. And I think that was really a good summary on that.
All right. Have a good one, Mike.
All right. You too. Thank you, Jason.
Yep. Bye.
So, and like Jason, you too can call in. We can have a conversation about everything. Talking about the economy, getting pretty deep into it, getting into the depths of what's happening with our markets, because this is what's going to affect your retirement funds. This is affecting your Social Security. This is affecting your buying power to be able to buy and sell the things that you need. This is a big deal. And so this is why it's important. And I'm glad that Jason calls in and talks about these things. And I do talk about them as well to let you know what's going to happen to your economy. Imagine, think about it. We have $31 trillion in debt with basically a 0% interest rate. And we know that printing money is one of the problems with inflation right now. What's driving up inflation is we're spending money ridiculously. Our debt is growing at a massive level. Imagine when the interest rates get higher, and that debt is going to grow at an exponential rate. What do you think is going to happen to your buying power? What do you think the prices of things are going to get to? If you think they're steep now, and again, we have almost no interest right now. Imagine what it's going to cost to buy meat, what it's going to cost to buy eggs, what it's going to cost to pay your electric bill when we have an interest rate of 2, 3, 4%. And we're watching millions, if not tens of millions, if not billions of dollars of interest per month. It's scary. It's terrifying. And I'm glad that Jason brought that up, because we need to prepare for that. You have to think about that. And your investments have to be based on that understanding. You got to talk to your financial advisors to prepare your retirements to take this into account, because it's destroying your money. It's destroying money. But hang on, I'm just reading the comment from user has been banned. So let me ask people, do you know who Ray Epps is? Just want to cover this. I know I haven't talked a lot about January 6th, the January 6th committee, the TV show that's on right now. This is a TV show. This is a series that's on. The Democratic Party is putting on a TV show, and it's less entertaining than even the Resident Evil Netflix show, which is crap, by the way. Do not watch the Resident Evil Netflix show. Let me put it in writing here. Do not watch the Netflix Resident Evil. Oh, I'm not even typing. Okay. That sucks. Do not watch the Netflix Resident Evil show. It sucks. It's horrible. It's crap. But even that, as horrible as it is, and I guarantee you it's like the CW, the CW network putting on a Resident Evil show. It is teenage girl drama. It is PC through the roof. It is all about intersectional LGBTQAI+. It is all about that feminism. It's about all that crap. It's got all of that crap in there. In a show that's based on a game where you're shooting impossible creatures and horror. That's it. It's a horror. This is based on a horror game, a horror game with impossible creatures and some minor science. And they've created something completely useless. And that is better than the January 6th committee TV show that is on right now. It gets almost no ratings. No one likes it. No one cares about it. But it is important, because this is about punishing American citizens, some of them, in ways that others don't get punished. So we have like the Colbert Show. The Colbert Show did the same thing that the people in January 6th did. The Colbert Show got off. They're not in jail for a year. They haven't been given fines that destroy their lives. They haven't been put on probation for 3 years. They did exactly the same thing that the people in January 6th did. It's okay. But one of the things that really gets me about that is this guy, Ray Epps. Now, I know a lot of people may not be familiar with him. And I can tell you, you didn't find out about him in the January 6th TV show because they didn't cover him. He's not important. let me mention, who is Ray Epps? Because that's the question anyone who is following this has been asking since January 6th. There is video of this man. Ray Epps is literally an individual who is on video twice, on January 5th, the night before, and on January 6th on the Capitol grounds. And what is he doing? Ray Epps is saying that people should be violent. He is inciting violence on video. It is recorded. There is evidence. His face, clear as day, saying that people should be violent. He was inciting violence. The very thing that the January 6th committee says that they are there to investigate. The very thing that 725 people have been arrested for. He actually is, there is evidence he did that he incited by, that the things that the Democrats are telling us we have to be concerned about, he did. Ray Epps is a free man. He has not been arrested. He has not faced any charges. He has been vindicated and allowed to go free. No one knows why. And I have to ask the question, if the January 6th committee is legitimate at any level, why will they not explain why Ray Epps has no charges, has spent 0 time in jail, that no one is investigating him for inciting violence? This is how you know this is a dishonest, disingenuous program. That January 6th is about votes. This is about showmanship. This is trying to gin up a progressive voting base for the 2022 and 2024 elections. This has nothing to do with justice. It has nothing to do with our nation. It has nothing to do with what happened on January 6th. It's about showmanship. This is a bad TV show. Tell me if you think I'm wrong here. And I know a lot of people think that Ray Epps is a federal operative, that he worked for the federal government, just like the men who tried to kidnap, quote unquote, kidnap Governor Whitmer, which we found out were a bunch of federal agents, members of the FBI, were setting up. This was a setup. It was an entrapment. They, the federal government, decided and tried to convince people that they should go and kidnap Governor Whitmer. That was the government that did that. Well, guess what? We have Ray Epps, a man from Arizona, and we don't know, but we know the evidence, the video that exists that shows him doing that. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up for you folks while I'm here, while I'm with you live. I want to try and pull this up. I want to show you the video of him if I can. So bear with me 1 second, because I want you to see this. Let's take a look at this. Here he is. Okay. So
if you find exercise hard, you need one of these. All you need is 3 minutes. And once you try it, you'll...
Yeah, sorry.
Now at 9, an Arizona man is facing federal charges for his role in the insurrection.
Now, I want you to be clear, and I want to be very clear about this. This is from May 20th of 2021. This is coming from, this is CBS News. So you can't tell me that this is right-leaning. You can't tell me that this is edited in any special way. This is from CBS News in Arizona. Let's go on.
Comes after a months-long investigation.
Well, he turned himself in after he was caught on several different cameras. Our Brianna Whitney is live tonight after learning more about who he is and what goes into an investigation like this. Brianna?
Well, the sheer number of people who stormed the Capitol back in January makes this a tough investigation. But what's not lacking in this is evidence. There are so many pictures and so much video to go through from that day, which may be why this man was just put in handcuffs this week.
The warlike scene was viewed around the world.
Warlike scene? Have you ever been in a war? It's not warlike. It is more like the riots that happened in Seattle, more like the riots in Portland. And of course, we're watching CBS News, so there is a bias here, but let's keep going.
world in January as insurrectionists breached all security and stormed the U.S. Capitol. Now, another Arizona man identified and arrested for his involvement, Micajah Jackson.
See, I'm trying to find Ray Epps, and they're giving me someone else altogether. Why is this? Nope. So I'm trying. Oh, well, Senator Ted Cruz has it. Where is Ray Epps? Where is he? Did they scrub? Have they scrubbed the internet on Ray Epps? They scrubbed it. They scrubbed Ray Epps. Oh my God. This is real time, folks. They scrubbed Ray Epps. Because there's video of this guy. No, that's not him. Okay. Wow. Wow. They scrubbed. They literally scrubbed Ray Epps. Evidence. This is amazing. This is real time. I'm doing this real time, trying to find him. And that terrifies me that the government or someone, social media, is denying the public. And I've seen the video. I wasn't prepared. Here it is. Here it is. So, this is Ray Epps.
The January 6th committee is panicking.
Yeah. I don't care about the opinion. I just want to see. Yeah. I just want to show you. Here it is. So, here's the video of Ray Epps.
Take a look.
In fact, tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go, I'll say it. All right. We need to go in to the Capitol.
Okay, so Ray Epps is saying, this is Ray Epps. This is video of Ray Epps. And I found it. And this man on screen right now is Ray Epps. And he's saying, oh, I'm going to get arrested for this. Why would you be arrested? If it's a peaceful event, why would you get arrested? So he's already suggesting he's going to do something to break the law. He's suggesting to break the law. And he knows it because he's saying you're going to get arrested. A peaceful protest, you don't get arrested at. Let's continue. And he says, you have to go in. No one else is saying this. Ray Epps is saying this. Let's go on.
Let's go! I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol.
So he's saying that this is a crime. He is advising people to commit a crime. He's saying go into the Capitol. He said it's a crime. You're going to go to jail. Go into the Capitol. He is inciting a crime. This is on video that exists. Go on.
Into the Capitol.
And then people around him, having heard him say, let's commit a crime, the public are saying, no. The public are saying, no, don't commit a crime. It's a peaceful protest. Okay, this is what Ray Epps said.
Peacefully! Fed!
So already, because people know that he is literally inciting a crime, he has said it is a crime. Commit a crime. Please commit a crime tomorrow. That is the evidence. Why is this not on the January 6th TV show? Why is this man just off of this video, this clip of him saying, I want to commit a crime that I will be arrested for, a crime that others will be arrested for. He is inciting them to commit a crime. January 6th committee, if they had any honesty, would have this man arrested. There is the evidence. Why won't they show America this evidence? Why is he not arrested? Hang on. Let's go on. This is Ray Epps on January 6th. That was January 5th, the nighttime. This is January 6th, the daytime, and this is in front of the Capitol. Let's see.
Grab the word. As soon as the president's done speaking, we go to the Capitol.
Okay. He's directing people. Go on.
The Capitol's this direction. Mr. Speaking, we are going to the Capitol where our problems are. It's that direction.
So the same man that was trying to convince people to commit a crime is now trying to direct a crowd. He's trying to organize people to be in a location. He has a purpose. He has described that purpose on January 5th. And now he's trying to get more people to follow his directions as if he is some kind of leader, like he is organized. Okay.
He spread the word.
As you can see, this is the Capitol. This is the Capitol. This is Ray Epps. And here's Ray Epps, and we saw, and I want you to see this again. Right here. I want you to see this, watch. This is Ray Epps. He's going over to people, and he's telling them something. And people surrounding Ray Epps are they're now getting agitated. They're starting to take action. He is directing people. Notice there are only certain specific people who are actually doing anything. Most of the crowd is standing there. Many of them are just taking video of this. But again, the guy with the cap, that's Ray Epps' guy. That's the guy he was just talking to. This is the guy he was just giving directions to, apparently. It seems like he was giving instructions to this guy with the baseball cap backwards. And this guy is now trying to break through the barrier. Let's go on. Did you see that guy pushing down the barrier? And Ray Epps is standing right there watching, overseeing, supervising. And now the mob starts kicking in. Mob mentality. And there's Ray Epps
Now,
helping
clearly,
to push people. Now, it's not that I don't respect that gentleman who did the video. And you can look at it for yourself. His name is Dr. Steve Turley. And I picked his video out random, searching right in front of you. So I'm not going into what he has to say because I'm not asking you what his opinion is. I'm glad that he has the footage because the footage has been scrubbed. As you saw me searching on YouTube, it's been scrubbed to deny you the opportunity to see what Ray Epps did. Ray Epps is not arrested. Ray Epps has not been in prison for a year. Ray Epps is not facing federal charges. Ray Epps is not being investigated by the January 6th TV show. Why? Everything that they were upset about, everything that they have claimed that Republicans did, Ray Epps, in fact, did. Why is he innocent? Why is he free? Why doesn't he have an investigation? What's going on there? In the interest of fairness, if this is supposed to be justice, if this is supposed to be impartial, why do we have an individual that everyone can agree is doing the wrong thing? Everyone who watches the video, that's unedited video you just saw. That is the existing video of Ray Epps. He's been identified. We know who he is. We know that's his video. We know that's him. There are videos with people confronting Ray Epps, which I do not advise, that have confirmed he's the one who did that. I ask you, why is Ray Epps not being charged? Why is he being treated differently? And if he is being treated differently, isn't that a mockery of the January 6th committee mission? It's a pretty simple thing. If this isn't a show, and it is, and if this isn't about propaganda, and it is, then why is Ray Epps free and clear? Now, people have said he may be working for the federal government. He may be an informant or a collaborator with the FBI. I don't know. Ray Epps has never admitted that. What we do know is that when Senator Ted Cruz asked about Ray Epps, well, the answer that he got back was they can't answer that. I believe I have C-SPAN coverage of this. Son,
didn't you get the
really?
memo? We're still hunting.
I want to show
But
this to you,
for
folks.
treasure.
Okay.
I want to turn to the FBI. How many FBI agents, confidential informants, actively participated in events in January?
Sir, I'm sure you can appreciate that I can't go into the specifics of sources and methods.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants actively participate in the events of January 6th? Yes or no?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Wait a minute. Why can't you answer? If no informants, if no FBI agents, if no members of the United States government were there, actively involved in what became the riot, why can't the government say, no, we weren't there? That doesn't hamper any investigation. That doesn't hamper the United States government to say that, no, we didn't do that. We weren't there. To say that we had no agents involved in the crowd, it's a real simple statement. Why can't they say that? Because in not saying that, that tells us the FBI was there. The FBI, the Department of Justice, they were in the crowd for some reason. Now, if they're there, what are they doing there? Are they trying to stop people from committing a crime? Were they trying to arrest people? Because they didn't arrest anyone. The FBI wasn't involved in that. So what were they doing there? And was Ray Epps one of them? Well, let's find out. Let's hear what else was, and I'm going to get to comments in just 1 second, but let's hear what else the FBI has to say to Senator Ted Cruz at a Senate committee hearing.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants commit crimes of violence on January 6th?
I can't answer that, sir.
Can't answer. So you won't say if they were there, and you won't say that whether or not they committed any crimes. Okay, let's go on.
Did any FBI agents or FBI informants actively encourage and incite crimes of violence on January 6th?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Now, this makes me think instantly. If they can't admit, if there were FBI agents there and they did not commit the crimes, okay, that's fine. But if they don't want to tell us, wait a minute, are you not telling us because we did have FBI agents there and they did commit a crime, that they did incite violence, that they did incite a riot? You have to ask that question. You have to ask that question when we look at Ray Epps.
Ms. Sadburn, who is Ray Epps?
I'm aware of the individual, sir. I don't have the specific background to him.
Well, there are a lot of people who are understanding.
So the FBI knows who Ray Epps is. Okay. What about Ray Epps? What do they know about him?
Incredibly very concerned about Mr. Epps. On the night of January 5th, 2021, Epps wandered around the crowd that gathered, and there's video out there of him chanting, "Tomorrow, we need to get into the Capitol, into the Capitol." Strange behavior, so strange, the crowd began chanting, "Fed, Fed, Fed."
Which you just saw that I showed you the video of that exact conversation. Ted Cruz is not taking it out of context. He is not lying. He is not editing. You saw the video of Ray Epps doing that.
Fed, Fed, Fed. Ms. Sandburn, was Ray Epps the Fed?
Sir, I cannot answer that question.
Okay, so they won't answer it, but here's the question. Ray Epps committed a crime. That was a crime. Incitement to riot. That is a crime. We have the video of that. The FBI knows who he is. Why was he not arrested? Why has Ray Epps not been arrested? Why is he not under investigation? Because the FBI admits they know who he is. The FBI admits they know what he did. Why is he not arrested?
The next day, on January 6th, Mr. Epps is seen whispering to a person, and 5 seconds later, 5 seconds after he's whispering to a person, that same person begins to forcibly tear down the barricade.
Which I showed you the video of, and that's exactly what happened. Again, Ted Cruz is not lying to the American public. He is not editing what we saw. He is not obfuscating or adding anything into it. You saw the video. You saw exactly how that happened. You saw it. It exists. This is not being shown to people on the J6 committee and their TV show. It's not being brought up by the committee to let the public be informed. They've edited that. They are admitting that. Ted Cruz has brought that public. You also just saw the video of it. Okay, so let's go forward.
Did Mr. Epps urge them to tear down the barricade?
Sir, similar to the other answers, I cannot answer that.
If Ray Epps doesn't work for the FBI, if Ray Epps is not involved with the FBI, why can't the FBI say, well, we don't know what Ray Epps is doing. He doesn't work for us. This is a simple answer. Either there were no FBI agents at the riots, or there were. It's one or the other. But let's assume, because they're saying they won't answer this, there are FBI agents at the riot. Okay, but if Ray Epps is not a member, oops, I got that up still. If Ray Epps is not a member of the FBI, if he is not acting under the purview of the FBI to the advantage of the FBI, then why can't the FBI say, he's a civilian, we don't know what he does, I don't know what he's saying? It's pretty simple to say, hey, I don't work for the CIA. I have no idea what the CIA is doing. The CIA has no idea what I'm about to say. It's simple. It's true. The FBI has nothing to do with me. I don't work for the FBI. The FBI has no idea what I'm about to say. Am I a known person? Well, I'm a personality on YouTube. I'm sure, matter of fact, I know I have a file with the FBI, the CIA, the DOD. I know that. I was in the Marines. I lived in Russia. Yes, I have a file with the United States government. Do they know what I'm about to talk about? No. Do I work for them? No. It's pretty simple. If you ask the DOD, if you asked the FBI, CIA, they'll tell you. Oh, do we know who Michael Voss is? Yeah, we got a file on him. Is he working with you? No. Michael doesn't work for any government agency. He's a civilian. What's Mike doing today? I don't know. He's a civilian. It's a pretty simple conversation. Why can't the FBI, in a Senate hearing, why can't they say, Ray Epps is a civilian? Why would we know what he's doing? How would we know what he's saying? That's all they have to say. If he's not a member of the FBI, if he is not working for the FBI, and maybe that's why he's not on the January 6th committee. Maybe that's why the video isn't being presented to the public. Maybe that's why he's never been arrested. And if that is the case, and I can only guess because they won't ask the questions and we cannot get the answers, if that is the case, then gee, what else did the government do on January 6th? What else did the federal government incite? What other entrapment did the government do? And we know the federal government of the United States will entrap people. They did it with the civil rights movement. They did that with, oh God, there's so many cases, and I'm trying to think of just one of them. But we've seen it with civil rights cases. We've seen it with the Whitmer kidnapping. And now we're seeing Ray Epps. You know, I have to ask these questions because the January 6th committee won't ask these questions, which makes me think the January 6th committee, which I didn't think was legitimate in the first place, is even less legitimate and even more suspect because they won't show the truth. They won't provide evidence. They're showing you a bias. They have a propaganda reel they want you to see. Now, you may say, Mike, you're wrong. Okay, I'm up for that. Maybe I'm wrong. Fantastic. What is the argument against what I've just said? Where is the evidence against what I presented? Because the evidence is clear. Ray Epps was present. Ray Epps promised that he was going to break the law. He tried to convince others to break the law. He knew his actions that he is suggesting would break the law. That is incitement to commit a crime, the incitement to riot. That is a crime. It is chargeable. And because it was on Capitol grounds, according to the January 6th committee, that is treason. Ray Epps, based on the video evidence, based on the conversation as quoted by a senator, a sitting senator, Ted Cruz, that is a criminal offense. Why is Ray Epps free and clear, and 725 other Americans are sitting in a jail for a year and a half and they didn't do anything that Ray Epps did in fact do? And yes, John is very correct that this is a tactic that's been around for years. As I said, they used these same kind of entrapment tactics back during the civil rights movement. This is not new. And it's not even that old. They'd use these same tactics against people in Michigan, against individuals to try and kidnap Governor Whitmer. This isn't new. This isn't strange or unusual. But why is the news media not telling the public, hang on, there's something that's missing, that we are not getting the honest answer, that the committee has done something that is dubious at the very least? Because that is the job of the news media, to provide oversight, to ask questions that the general public may not know to ask, to provide information about our government, to keep our government honest. Why is it that small content creators like myself, like Steve Curley, which I just showed you earlier, why are we the ones that have to present the information and ask the question when there is a committee that is getting paid hundreds, if not millions of dollars to put on a TV show? Why are they not presenting this information? And if I am wrong, why will they not provide the evidence to leave Mr. Epps free and clear? Isn't that what they're supposed to do? Isn't that your job? Again, I presume Ray Epps is innocent. Okay, we presume he's innocent. There's evidence. I am showing you the evidence, which is not circumstantial. We have a committee that is investigating a potential crime in our nation that they allege is as serious as 9/11. Fantastic. Why is one of the masterminds? This is as if you had Osama bin Laden on tape admitting that he was responsible for the 9/11 attack in America, and then Congress said, don't worry about it, let it go. What? Imagine Osama bin Laden, who we have seen, he did admit it. He was on tape. He said he was responsible. And imagine if Congress at that point said, oh, well, don't worry about that. We're not going to talk about that anymore. You don't need to see the video anymore. Matter of fact, we're going to go out to YouTube. We're going to go to Facebook. We're going to go to Twitter. We're going to the major mainstream social media. We're going to strip it from everywhere. You don't need to see that video. Don't talk about it. Let it go. It's not important. There would have been outrage across this country screaming that this was some kind of government corruption, that it is corrupt to not follow up on that and to get answers for that. Why is Ray Epps any different? And user has been banned says, why is the FBI representative speaking to Ted Cruz? Why is she not in a cell? Because she didn't lie. Because this FBI, she is not answering the question. Therefore, she cannot be caught in a crime. See, and I want to be clear about that, user, because you have a good question. The FBI, the representative of the FBI speaking in a Senate hearing to Ted Cruz never answered the question. Therefore, she cannot be held accountable to say, well, Ray Epps actually was working for the FBI. She never said he did or did not. So she can't be caught on perjury because she's under oath. And she can't be caught in perjury because she never answered the question. That's why she's not in the jail cell. The FBI is smart. This is how they trap other people and put them in jail, is because you gave them an answer. And if that answer isn't word for word exactly the same every time they ask the question, that's perjury. And that's how they entrap people. But in this case, she didn't answer. That's why the FBI representative is not being held accountable. But I'm asking a simple question. Ray Epps, okay, why is he not being treated like everyone else? It's a good question. And I don't have an answer for it. And I don't think, and the government is not trying to provide an answer about it. And I think it's important. And you don't have to agree about whether or not January 6th was a moment in on the par with 9/11, which I don't think it was. And you don't have to agree with me on my view of what happened that day and what's happened since. But this is a question that's important. User has been banned says, so if you refuse to answer a question, can they hold you in contempt? Yes, they could. That is something that a Senate committee hearing can do, but they won't. They almost never do. It is almost impossible to be held in contempt if they don't already want to hold you in contempt. Like, oh God, starts with a B. The January 6th committee has put some people in jail for contempt because they won't answer the question. Ted Cruz technically could do that. He won't. So I have to ask, this is a question, and I think it's worth it. And I don't know if a lot of people are following this or not at the moment, because it looks like I lost all the audience on Facebook, because I think they may have cut this. I think, I'm not sure if YouTube is still showing it or Twitter, but I think it's important to ask the question. I'm not telling you what to think about it. I'm not telling you what conclusion to make about this, but I think it's important to understand we're not getting the full answer. We're not getting an honest answer, nor are they even attempting to provide us with an honest answer. That's important. Steve Bannon, that's who it was. Thank you. Steve Bannon got contempt. Yeah. So I tell you, this is, maybe they're about to ban my entire channel because I asked a very simple question of a known public figure that has been brought up as a reference in January 6th in the committee meetings and by a member of the United States Senate. He's a public figure that I can speak about and I can speculate on. That's the law. You get to do that. And I have not revealed any personal information about Ray Epps, so you can't tell me that I've doxed him. This is all for the censors who may want to try and bust this channel. I haven't done that. I've provided public information. So I'm very confused. And it concerns me. And I think it should concern everyone that we have a TV show, the January 6th TV show, the series January 6th, that is going on right now. And we can confirm that they are not providing us context, they are not providing us evidence, and they are actively avoiding giving us individuals that need to be investigated, that should be arrested, and they're leaving them free and clear. That means this is not about the January 6th conversations, the show, the committee. They're not about justice. This isn't about freedom. This isn't about America. This is about votes, and this is about ginning up the electorate. That's it. And that's sad. It's really sad. And you don't have to agree with me about January 6th. You don't have to have the same opinion about anyone else. But this is evidence that this isn't honest. This isn't fair. And this isn't in the best interest of America. If it was, we'd have an answer. Yes, it is very much like the McCarthy hearings back in the 1950s? I think so. But I wanted to cover that because we've been on, oh my God, I've been on 5.5 hours. No wonder I'm tired. But I thought this was important. I wanted to make sure we talked about this because I think this is critical. No matter what you may conclude about January 6th, no matter what you conclude about the 700 people, 500 of which were just allowed to walk into the Capitol, no matter what your final thoughts are on that, this is a key element that has to make you say something is wrong. Whether or not people are guilty all the way, something is wrong. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave you with that. I think it's been a great conversation today. I think we covered a lot of ground on so many issues. Oh no, this isn't my telethon. I did that on my birthday. I went 12 hours on my birthday. That was a telethon. God, I was exhausted then. But I want to thank everyone for taking the time. And those who see this afterwards, whether you watch it in pieces or all at once, I want to thank you. And I hope if you found this to be informative, if you found it to be entertaining, if you found it to be interesting, please like, share, and subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers, and your help is invaluable in that process. We thank you for that. I want you to know that every Thursday, you can see me on the Rory Sauter Show. Every Friday at 9 o'clock, you can see me on the Liberty First Foundation Roundtable at 9 p.m. Saturdays, I do the SNV 500 show. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do this live stream with you because I think you are important. I think your voice is important, and I'm always happy to hear from you. And throughout the week, we try and do more videos as well. Folks, I thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I want you to be safe and well, and I will talk to you again very, very soon. Thank you.